Welcome to the racing capital of the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as we're here for the Sports Car Vintage Racing Association and the Vintage Racing Invitational. My name's John Phipp, and I'll be with you throughout the day today, as we're happy to bring you live streaming coverage of all of our racing today, both from the SVRA, our Formula Regional Americas race, and then we've got some practice and qualifying for our Trans Am classes as well. I'm joined in the booth by Ben Sissel. Ben, welcome, my friend.
To be in the booth with you, John. You know, we've known each other and worked together for like 10 years, but rarely do we get to do this.
Exactly.
I've been listening to you all weekend, and I always kind of steal some good information from you, but this is my favorite group in SVRA, the small bore production cars with the Formula Vs. I'm going to try to quickly go through here. In position 1, Clayton Cavill, John Nash 2nd, John Stanford 3rd, Terry Lippincott 4th, 5th is Mark Platts, and Jeff Rapp is 6th. Derek Drinkwater in the Le Monster is 7th. Dennis Kramer 8th. Tracy Shepard 9th. Tyson Schweizow. Then we've got Simon Hughes in the Formula Vs. Hunter Barron, Pierce Crone, Elliot O'Barrett, Eric Kopic, Mike Leto, Benjamin Ramirez, Robert Wooten, Mario Munoz, and Robert Van Loo. I can't get through the rest, John, because the lights are out. They're coming down for our first green flag at Indy, and what a sight to see as we see the James Bond car.
Exactly. That's Gabriel Van Loo in his Volkswagen Formulas Inc. Gary Laughlin, Edward Jones, Matty Phillips, Robert Phillips, and Elliot Barron starts at the back, as he did not turn a time in qualifying yesterday. He's the scion of the Barron clan, and so Elliot will be working his way from the back, and I'm pretty sure he'll do that in that Wino Wedge Formula V.
Love it.
There's the 94 car, as you can see, making his way around. That's Terry Lippincott in the MG Midget. He's going to start outside of row number 2. You can see John Nash in that Lotus 7 up in front, and then the Turner right behind him of John Stanford, that number 2 car. But they're getting lined up, getting ready to come to the front straightaway. You can see James Rogerson has pulled the Skillman Auto Group safety car into the pit lane, turning the field over to our front row of Clayton Cavill and the orange Miata, and John Nash in the silver Lotus 7. Green, green, green. We are underway, and it looks like John Nash gets the jump. That's not surprised, but watch for that Corvair of Jeff Rapp. It has got some straight line speed, and he comes all the way from row 3 to the lead as they make their way down into turn number 1 for the first time.
Unbelievable. And that Corvair up against that Lotus 7 just looks absolutely huge. And that was a mid-range car for Chevrolet back in the day.
Yeah, look how small the Miata is compared to the Corvair. Now here comes the second wave with all the Formula V runners, Simon Hughes and Hunter Phelps Barron on the pole, and they see the green flag as the Vs fan out 4 wide on the run down to turn number 1. Formula V's always put on some of the best racing we see in vintage racing, and it's great to have him here this weekend.
Yeah, and with Simon Hughes and Hunter Barron, we're used to seeing them up front battling together, but not in these more modern V's. So we'll see what happens here, as it looks like Simon Hughes gave it to Hunter, and then Hunter gave it back.
Yeah, they're still side by side. That's Hunter in the 113. The 110 is Simon Hughes as they go side by side. Meanwhile, at the front, as we've got a great race, as John Nash with the 03 at the pole, and Caden Cavill right on his tail as they work their way through turn 7, now into the S's.
It is not raining, ladies and gentlemen. Not sure why Clayton has his wipers on, but he is behind a British car, so it could be spewing just about anything.
That is possible, absolutely. Here come the V's as we've still got the battle at the front between Simon Hughes and Hunter Phelps-Barron. Hunter Phelps at the front. And then Simon Hughes right behind him. Big lockup for Hunter Barron as he goes into turn 7 at the end of the Holman Straight.
Locks up that right front, and drafting is so important to these cars. You can see them talking to each other with their hands and hand signals. Simon says, "It's not mine, take it," because they want to keep up that draft. They probably want to get away from these more vintage V's and have their own race, but the number 83 there is really keeping up with them.
83, of course, is Pierce Crone in his Lynx Formula V. There's a whole bunch of Lynxes here this weekend. It's probably the most popular chassis in Formula V racing these days. But John Nash, as he does, getting away at the front. Sorry, Ben, go ahead.
No, it's fine. If you're joining us live, please leave us some comments. If you have any information on the drivers, on the teams, on the cars that we're not covering, if you're upset with us at all, please leave a comment in all caps. We'll try to get to it. We'll read your name. But if you give us some good information, we're going to read your name out and make you sound like an expert to everybody, because we're covering this weekend, John and I, over 100 years of motorsport. So it's hard to have all that knowledge, and we know that our viewers here have some great knowledge. And speaking of, that Le Monster out there looks amazing. And we have a new car joining us that we didn't see yet, that new Lotus 7 that used to be in Group 8.
Yeah, that's Tracy Checkered in the number 627, shown as a Group 4 car for this one. So meanwhile, Hunter Phelps-Barron ahead of the Formula V wave as he's drawing away just a bit now from Simon Hughes, the pole sitter, in that Womer EV3. Meanwhile, back at the front, we've got Jeff Rapp in that Corvair, the number 19 Corvair. And it's not a Yenko Stinger, but I'll tell you what, that Corvair has got some motor. I was down on the grid. We were hanging banners, Ben, on Thursday afternoon, and that Corvair came up to the grid, and it sounds like a top fuel dragster, man. It's got some power to it.
Yeah, it did. Now, here is the Le Monster. This is
what a story.
Such a special car. It's a tribute car to when Cadillac brought, I think in 1958, two Cadillacs.
1950,
one,
actually.
Yeah. Well, 1950, one just like a street-looking Cadillac, and then this Le Monster. And somebody from the French press called it the Le Monster, and it was such a good name, it just stuck.
Yeah. And, it was one of the first cars to be developed in the wind tunnel. They actually they hired an aerodynamicist, which back in that era wasn't a big deal in racing cars for sure. And they put this body into the wind tunnel to try to get it as streamlined as possible. And it was the fastest car on the legendary Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans.
And ladies and gentlemen, this race car that you see on track is actually his tow vehicle. For he and his wife, they carry a camper behind it. So this is a street legal race car. You can see the license plate.
Yep.
And they tow their camper behind their race car. In the 13 years I've been doing this, it's we have some race cars that drive to the track and maybe tow tires.
Yeah.
But it's the first one that tows his motorhome or his camper, I guess.
Derek Drinkwater is quite a character. I had a long talk with him when I first saw this car down at VIR a year ago. And when I first saw it, I thought, oh my God, that's the original. That's one of one. This is priceless. I can't believe he brought it out. And he says, well, I hate to disabuse you. Yeah. This is a replica, but it is so faithful. He is, every nut and bolt is as close to the original as he could make it.
I wouldn't even call it a replica. I would say it's a tribute, because I think if we could bring back the drivers that drove in that car, they'd say, no, this is the car. It is that faithful of a recreation. Other than some of the stickers, and you can follow him, he does a lot of different vintage races with all the great vintage clubs. He did Watkins Glen with us last year. He's brought it over to Europe. But he and his wife, I watch them. I follow them on social media. They go through some crazy rainstorms. There's no top for that car, and they just beat it out. It's amazing. And we've got some great racing here. It looks like Pierce Crone is getting his position over. That should be Elliot O'Barron.
Elliot in the 114. the red Lynx Model B, and then here's Chrome as they are battling for third and fourth, excuse me, amongst the Formula Vs. Good shot of the 18 car of Ben Ramirez. Ben is a great story too.
Yeah.
He's one of our workers in the traveling circus that is Racing America, and he's always had the itch to get behind the wheel. And he got himself into a F4 US ride, and now he's got this Formula V here so he's getting double duty here this weekend.
Living the dream, and I love seeing that when our friends, when our staff get to do that. He's racing at Indy. He's a big, long-time race fan. We've worked together for about two and a half years. And to get to see him out there, it's so pleasing to me to see your friends living their dream. That's just such a great thing. Now, this Formula V came out of the pits, is doing the right thing, followed the blend line. But that turner, that's a really fast turner there.
Exactly.
Is that John Stanford? Yeah, John Stanford. That's a 1965 Turner. And I'm a British car guy. I love British cars. But when I first saw that in the paddock, I thought it was a Spitfire. Yeah. But I looked closer, and I'm like, that's not a Spitfire. That's a Turner.
Yeah, Turner was a short-lived mark in Great Britain, but the cars they produced were very popular. We see them quite frequently in vintage racing, much more frequently than we'd expect, considering the relatively small car count that the factory produced back in its heyday.
Sharon Edelman had my favorite Turner. She raced with us a lot at Mid-Ohio, that blue and the white with the blue stripes.
Yep,
Love
I
that car.
It.
And then the Corvair, just that weird departure for GM. They saw what Porsche was doing, and they thought, what if we did a rear engine air-cooled
Boxer 6?
Yeah, and did that. But the weird thing about the Corvair is the 90-degree fan belt that just made no sense. The Volkswagen Beetle, the Porsche 911s, the 356s had just one belt, but there's a curve in the belt that just made problems. But look at this Formula V battle. They haven't. You could throw a blanket over them almost this whole race, and now they're mixing it up with that Morgan.
Simon Hughes in the 110 was the pole sitter, and he's at the front right now, but Hunter Phelps-Barron giving him all he can handle. As Simon hanging on to that lead at the moment, you can see. But these two are skilled Formula V pilots. They get into the draft, and they are pulling away from the rest of the field.
There is very few things more difficult in racing than driving a slow car fast. And we've seen it in Formula V back in the day. Most of the F1 world champions came through Formula V to Formula Ford. It was a great stepping stone because if you can learn to drive a car with momentum, meaning corner in, corner out speed, and these cars aren't very fast. They're Volkswagen Beetle engines, and they have the same front and rear suspension as a Volkswagen Beetle. But then you move into any other car, all of a sudden you're faster. We see that even in the TA2 class when they come from something like a spec Miata, a momentum class. If you can drive a high-power car with momentum, you're going to be faster than anybody else.
Exactly right.
Here's Chrome back up in the Formula Vs, I believe.
Yep, right behind him, the 92 of Tyson Schweisau out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. No, I'm sorry, that's the Miata. We have two 92s here. That's Eric Kopic, forgive me, in the Lynx Model B. We have two 92s in the field. I just grabbed the wrong one from my entry list. My bad.
So CG 8050 is saying Le Monster, more like Le Tank. How much does it weigh? Great question. I'm sure some of our people that are joining us in the comments section could see how much the car weighs, but that is not going to be the heaviest car on track this weekend, because wait until the Ragtime racers come out. Ooh, the 1.4 is pulled off. Looks like it with the mechanical. I'm seeing something come out. Is that Elliott?
I believe it is, yeah.
Elliott Barron looks like he pulled out pretty quickly, saw something wrong, and I saw something come off the car, but it looks like he's back to being okay again. Elliott, I've got some great stories with him. His dad was here racing with us in a Formula Ford a few years ago and passed away. They've been coming here, longtime friends of the Bowles family. In fact, Carter Bowles, who's racing with us, raced with them a few years ago. But just a few years ago, this is Father's Day weekend. He had his two sons out there. I believe his daughter, his dad was out here with us this week, on this weekend. So it's been really neat to connect with the Barron family, who basically represent, with them and Big Hammer, just a huge portion of the Formula Vs as Ben Ramirez goes by, because he's given the signal he's coming into the pit with that gold bell helmet, because he is an SVRA national champion.
Yeah, he's got his hand up, so, signaling to the cars behind that he is off the pace. He started at the back and didn't turn a time in qualifying, so I'm guessing they're chasing a problem with that car, and it's reared its ugly head again.
Now we don't like to put open wheel cars with, the closed wheel cars. We especially don't like to put something that's the size of a Chevy Suburban out there with these open wheel cars. And sometimes I've seen, even with one of our great clubs called BDCA, when they do this, they make the Formula Vs wear those bicycle flags.
Yeah.
Just for more visibility. And we might want to implement that when the Le Monster comes out. But Derek, very heads up. He knows, that he's not out there competing. He's out there driving this car, making more history. And as you can see, as they come through that stack section, he's giving them all the room they can need.
Exactly right. And for those of you here at the racetrack, welcome. We're glad you can join us on the stream here this weekend. You'll see the streaming coverage on the big boards around the facility here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So be sure to make your way into the paddock over the course of the weekend. Paddock access is absolutely free. There's no additional charge. You don't need a special pass. And you can see all of these cars up close, and don't pass up an opportunity to chat with Derek Brinkwine. He is quite a character, and that car is so much fun to look at.
That has got to be really frustrating for. I think that's Elliott Barron right behind the Le Monster. But you're basically behind a city bus. When you're in a Formula V, you can't see over that thing. And, that car really moves through that S's section there, the Mission Food section. It really moves around a lot.
So just to recap, John Nash, your leader overall. Clayton Cavill in second spot. Jeff Rapp in third in the Corvair. And in the battle for the Formula V's, Hunter Phelps-Barron up into sixth spot overall as they started in the second wave. Simon Hughes in second. Mark Cladstone mixed in with him in that Morgan. And then Pierce Crone and Eric Kopic having their battle for third and fourth amongst the Formula V's. Another great shot of the Corvair, Jeff Rapp, third overall, as he heads down into turn number 7. One of the great passing opportunities on this racetrack. The other one at turn 1, of course, at the end of the long front straightaway. Jeff Rapp, 1965 Chevrolet Corvair. Making his way through turn 10, the long sweeper, then into 11. Now into the sharp right-hander at turn 13, or turn 12, excuse me, which takes them to 13. 12 is where the pit entrance is, and then into 13.
John, a few years ago, we had, and unfortunately, for some reason, I think you had a conflict with the Formula Bridge. You couldn't be there, but we had about 22 Corvair only at Mid-Ohio, and it was unbelievable. Mid-Ohio is such a great course for cars like this that are kind of right between that handling and horsepower window.
Yep.
And really separated the good drivers. But to see 22 cars on course at Mid-Ohio, Corvairs, that was quite the sight to see. And they've done that with us. They did that with us a few years ago. I think in 2023, we had an all-Corvair race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and nobody can believe it.
At the front, what a great battle. John Nash and Clayton Cavill. Clayton in that 03 Miata. And John Nash in that Lotus Super 7. John, a perennial front runner in Group 3. In fact, he won the points championship last year in Group 3.
He's been our SVRA Driver of the Year. Came through our Roebling Road School a few years ago. He and Lorna and Jeff, they bring some great cars, great competition. We see full course yellow here, but John Nash has a car just like that here this weekend for sale. If you had your license, had your gear, you could buy his car and race with him in the next session.
Yes, Britannia Racing is what he calls his team, as he specializes in British cars. This Lotus Super 7, one of Colin Chapman's creations, sold as a kit car for the most part in its early days to get around some taxing issues that they had in Great Britain, but you could buy an assembled one as well.
Not sure yet what the full course yellow is, but Clayton and John Nash, we're gonna hopefully get back to a restart here, and that is going to be quite the restart. And you can see Elliott O'Barron still behind that Le Monster, and I bet you he's going to have nightmares about that monster here tonight.
Exactly. Just in front of them, the battle between the 83 of Pierce Crone and the 92 of Eric Kopic as they continue battling for third and fourth, and then the La Monstra just behind them, Derek Drinkwater. So as we back it down, let's do a quick rundown. John Nash is your leader in the number 7 Lotus Super 7. Clayton Cavill in the number 03 Orange Miata. John Stanford in third in that Turner Mark III, number 2. The 19 is Jeff Rapp in the red Chevy Corvair. Terry Lippincott in 5th spot in the number 94 MG Midget. Simon Hughes in the 110. Womer is the very first of the Formula Vs. Terry, in fact, he has gotten past Terry Lippincott on the run to the start-finish line. There's Lippincott in that blue MG in 6th overall. Hunter Phelps Barron in 2nd spot amongst the Formula Vs in the 113. Then Mark Pladston in that number 144 Morgan +4. Pierce Crone in the number 83 Formula V. Eric Kopic in the number 92 Formula V just behind him. Derek Drinkwater in the Le Monstra in 11th overall in the 22 car. Then Elliot O'Barron in the 114 back in 12th. Or as Ben says, Elliot O'Barron. Our friend Ben Ramirez in the number 18 Zinc in 13th spot. Robert Wooten in the number 58 Lynx Model B. Dennis Kramer in the 146 Miata from the first wave. Gabriel Van Loo in the 007 Zinc. Then Robert Phillips in the 659 Lynx. Robert Van Loo in the Zinc, number 5. The 19A is Gary Laughlin in his Zinc. Then Tracy Shepard in the 627 Lotus Super 7. That's the yellow one, or with the yellow highlights, I would say. Mario Munoz in the 21st position in the number 15 Lynx Model B. Madeline Phillips in the 28, just behind him. Then Elliot Barron in the 14. We saw him retire to the paddock. Edward Jones in the 17, a lap down in the Form car. That's one of the oldest Formula Vs, design-wise at least. That was the prototype from which all the Formula Vs were built. Tyson Schweisau in the 92 Mazda Miata, and Mike Leto in the number 71 Lynx at the tail end of the field.
And like we talked about earlier, man, the Formula Vs, just what a great platform. If you wanted to get into racing easily, you know, there were companies that like Auto Dynamics and things like that that kind of made you kits, or you could just go to a junkyard, grab a Beetle, cut it up, make it to the specifications, and you had, you know, there were so many just one-of-one Formula Vs back in the day.
And, you know, some of these Formula Vs are one-offs. You know, that Wino Wedge that Elliott is driving, I've never seen another one, so I can assume it may be the only one. And it's a real interesting Formula V, very wedge-shaped, as you can see, hence the name. Where the Wino comes from, I'm not sure. James Rogerson in the Skillman Mustang safety car, new to us this year, and we're right in Skillman's backyard, the Skillman Auto Group headquartered here in the Indianapolis area, and providing us with this Mustang safety car for the season. As the field packing up now behind the safety cars, you can see the top 3 from the first wave of the tin tops.
And John, you know, I just want to say a big thank you to Roger Penske, Doug Bowles, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Dan Skyver. This is a dream come true for every single of our SVRA drivers. You know, this track was closed off to this kind of racing for so many years. I think we came here for the first time in 2014 with
700 cars.
Yeah, over 700 cars. And it's, you know, just such a bucket list item for so many of our drivers, and they get emotional as they go through like Gasoline Alley the first time.
Well, I can tell you I get emotional when I come up onto the second floor here where our commentary booth is, and I walk in and I think, I'm into Indianapolis Motor Speedway, man. I mean, this is a bucket list item for sure. And, you know, this is just such an awesome facility.
Yeah, you know, we're sitting where Alan Beswick, Paul Page, Bobby Unser, people like that, you know, get to announce these races. We were just in here in the booth with Andy Petrie, and that's a weird sentence to say. Also, this weekend I was talking to somebody, and it sounds so weird as a motorsports fan. But I was joking around yesterday with Joe Nemechek. The other day, I helped Bill Elliott load his trailer. You know, so it's like these like weird pinch me moments that we get to have.
Front row Joe. And he's not here in a stock car. He's here in his Corvette, and he's wicked fast.
So I'll tell you something that he might not like so much, but he's in a TA car. When we, SVRA did the Charlotte Roval a few years ago, and he kept coming up to me and saying, tell me more about these TA cars. And I finally was like, Joe, you want to get into TA, huh? And as somebody that works with Trans Am, I couldn't be more excited to have Front Row Joe in TA car. And he started building one, put it on his table, you know, and he is a very hands-on person. And then all of a sudden came out with us with SVRA, and people are like, hey, can you build me a car? And then all of a sudden he's building 12 to 15 SVRA stock cars and had to put the TA car to the back. But he's here in a TA car, and he just so happens, as fate would have it, he's right next to Paul Gentilozzi, who knows how to build some TA cars.
He has done that a couple times.
And I reintroduced them yesterday because everybody knows Paul Gentilozzi. And then I went back about 30 minutes later. They're still talking. So I won't be surprised, but we've got a checkered flag, John, that we have to cover. I'm sorry.
It's no worries at all. It looks like the recovery work from the car that went off course not going to get done in time, and we were about at the end anyway. So the checkered flag flies, unfortunately, behind the safety car. No change in the order from what we ran down. John Nash taking the win in the 3CP. I'd like to go through and acknowledge all the class winners in the subclasses, because each of these cars is in a different class. The biggest class here, of course, are the Formula Vs. There are 13 of them in the field. And in the 1B Formula V class, Pierce Crone takes the win in the number 83, the 92 of Eric Kopic in second spot, and the bronze medal will go to the 114 of Elliot O'Barron. In the 1B FV1 category, Simon Hughes takes the win in the 110. Hunter Phelps Barron in the 113 takes the silver medal. Elliot Barron, despite pulling off with a problem after 4 laps, will take the bronze medal. And we have 2 more contested classes. In the 3 Spec Miata class, Caton Cavil in the orange Miata takes the win in the 03 car. The 146 of Dennis Kramer takes the silver, and the bronze goes to Tyson Schweissau in the number 92 black Miata. And one other contested class, that's the 3D production class. The 19 of Jeff Rapp takes the win, and the 144 Morgan of Mark Pladsen rounding out that field. The uncontested cars, Derek Drinkwater alone in 4CM, John Nash alone in 3C production, John Stanford alone in 3E production, and Tracy Shepard alone in that other Lotus Super 7 in the 4NC class. Next on the agenda, we go from the slowest cars in SVRA to the fastest cars in SVRA, as Group 9 and 11 coming up next. Group 9 are the Wings and Slicks Formula cars, and we've got some prototypes there as well. So stay with us. We're here all day long, all day, all of the classes, all the time, here at the racing capital of the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Stick with us. We'll be right back with you with race number 2 on the day.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for our second race of the morning for our SVRA competitors. This is for groups 9 and 11A, Wings and Slicks Formula cars and some prototypes as well. Starting at the back, Gary Gray in the number 33, Radical, then the Dallara of Jeffrey Cawley, Carter Bowles, son of Doug Bowles, in the 24th position in his Dallara EXP, then Antonio Cancel in the Elan DPO2, James Dennison in the number 44 Revolution 427, Austin Riley in another Revolution right alongside in the 20 car. 57 is Sean Manette and his Radical SR10. Eric Presby in the 09 Ligier LMP3 car, and on the pole of the second wave, the number 8 of Thomas Melendrez in his Orica 07 LMP2 car. Now the front 17 are all Group 9 cars, Wings and Slicks Formula cars. The 07 is Brandon Reed in his Pro Formula Mazda. The 3, Tony Lisa in a Lola 324. Robert Phillips in the number 45 Argo Super V. Then David Zavetsky in the number 94 Lola T300. In car number 22 is John Wapham, Dr. John Wapham in a Ligier F4, first generation F4 car. Seb Coppola in the number 12 Lola T192 Formula 5000. Craig Campbell in the 09 Van Diemen RF94. Steve Yarborough in the 76 Swift Formula Continental. That's a Euro Swift. Jay Jacobellis in the number 48 Mazda. Formula Mazda, I should say. Johnny Crean in the number 35 Eagle Mark V Formula 5000. Dave Kunzelman in the 47 Ligier F3. You'll see those later on in the Formula Regional Americas Championship.
If you don't mind, I'm going to interrupt because we're having to waive the start because we have a mechanical at turn 1. So that's what they're seeing. So we have another lap under pace, so we can go through the grid even more.
I can relax just a bit. These 26 car grids tough to get them all in.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, Dave Kunzelman in the Ligier F3. Then we've got Craig Bennett in the number 4 Penske IndyCar, followed by the 3A of Brett Johnson in his Pro Formula Mazda. The 73 is James Johnston Sr. in his Swift 014 Formula Atlantic. Scott Dick in the number 2 Dallara Infinity Indy Lights car. R. Bruce Hamilton on the front row in the 06 Swift Formula Atlantic. And Nathan Bird on top, as usual. Whatever Nathan brings, it's fast. And this is the 32A. It's a 2007 Panos DP01.
And he is always a fast driver. You could see that they took the shortcut there at turn 1 through the Cube 3 architecture section. And the reason they're doing that, there's a mechanical at turn 1 that they want to go pick up that was in an unsafe area. And to be honest, with these cars, a lot of these cars, this is kind of an advantage for them because they want to put some heat in these tires. And as you went through the grid there, you were talking about Gary Gray in that 2018 Radical SR8, starting from the back. Gary Gray, big hustler with us. I want to brag on him a little bit because he had some engine problems with us at Road America in his Radical. And so I was really happy to see him here this weekend. And I said, wow, did you get your engine fixed? And he goes, no, I just bought another Radical. And I'm like, man, I got to meet your wife. Because I need your wife to meet my wife is what I need. And he's always one of the greatest guys in the paddock, always a lot of fun, super just fun to be around, always really positive. So love having him out there and look for him to move up. But you were talking about Nathan Bird up front. Now, Bruce Hamilton, who's starting second in that 06, a very fast driver. But I don't think he has brought the right weapon to be able to keep up with Nathan Bird. Nathan Bird's in the 2007 Panos DP01, and Bruce Hamilton is in that Swift. The pace car lights are out. We should start, but then Scott Dick in that Dallara. We have a lot of Dallaras in this group. And then watch out for Brett Johnston and James Johnston Sr. James Johnston Sr. is in the 2004 Swift Atlantic, but Brett Johnston in the Mazda Pro Mazda. But they seem to find each other on the track pretty well.
Yeah, I should think so. Yeah, they qualified pretty close together as well. 4th and 5th in the order. As that number 32 Panos DP01, that was the car that was designed to replace the Lola in Champ Car. This was just before the merger. And the Panos only ran for a couple seasons because the merger happened. And Indy Racing League had their own stuff. And so all of the Champ Cars went by the wayside. As we are coming onto the front straightaway, getting ready for the green flag. There is the green. And watch Nathan Bird disappear into the sunset. He was about 6 seconds quicker than everybody else in the field. So he'll be off in his own zip code, but the racing will go on behind him as R. Bruce Hamilton in that red Swift, and then Scott Dick in the yellow Indy Lights car just behind him. As the field working its way through, you can see a couple of the Formula 5000s. There goes the Eagle.
I was just looking at that, and I was hoping that the Formula 5000s would find themselves together, in just one video frame, because having Formula 5000s here, that's a race series that, with today's eyes, should have never happened.
Right.
And then here come the Group 11 cars.
Exactly.
That LMP3 car coming through. We've got some Dallaras out there. I believe Carter Bowles is out there, who had a really good weekend with us at Mid-Ohio last weekend, and we've got a lot of changes here in this Group 9.
Yeah, the 47 car working his way forward. That's Dave Kunzelman in the Ligier JSF3. But there's Nathan Bird way out in front. Then R. Bruce Hamilton second in that Formula Atlantic car. Scott Dick still third. But this great battle right behind, as we said, the 47 of Kunzelman. And there's a spin. The 73 goes around. As that's James Johnston Sr. in that red Swift Formula Atlantic. I don't think he made contact with the barrier. He might have taken one of your brake markers down.
My signs.
Yeah, so you'll have some work to do at lunch.
Tizers Live.
Yeah.
Just want to give a good shout out to Tizers Live, one of our great marketing partners and sponsors. So we will replace that and put that back up. Man, some great racing here. Look at that Pro Mazda just rotate. And then we have somebody off here and back on. Thank you for missing my board.
That was the 48 car, I believe, of Jay Jacobellis in his Formula Mazda. As this battle for fourth, I believe it is. Yeah, Scott Dick's in the third spot. So James Johnston Sr. in the 73. And then right behind him is the car of Craig Bennett, I believe, that yellow Penske Indy car.
And we've got the LMP3 car moving its way through the Group 9 cars. I want to give a shout out to Scott Frazier, another one of our SVRA Drivers of the Year that joined us in the chat here on Facebook. We're monitoring the comments in SVRA Facebook and Racing America TV YouTube. So join us if you have any things that you can communicate with us. If you want to yell at the commentators, make sure your comments in all caps. If you have some good information on the drivers, or where are you watching from? If you have some family members watching, tell us that you've got your grandma or grandpa or uncle or brother out there racing. But these two prototype cars coming up on Formula 5000. I hope they understand what a Formula 5000 is.
Exactly right. As Thomas Melendrez in that number 8 Orica 07, that's an LMP2 car. He's in the 11A GTP2 class, and Eric Presby right there in the Ligier LMP3 car, the 09, as Carter Bowles in the lead Dallara EXP just behind them, as we get a good shot of the 44 car of James David Dennison in his Revolution 427, and Austin Riley in that multicolored 427. Those two very similar cars. Big lockup coming down into turn number 12. But everybody gets through safely as these more contemporary prototypes working their way around some of the historic Formula cars at the front of this field.
I want to give a big shout out. My hero right now of this race is that number 44. James Dennison, by just locking up his brakes there. He didn't collect two cars. And a lot of times in racing, we only talk about the bad things. We want to point out, the passes that didn't happen. And that pass right there didn't happen because he basically saved his car and his competitor's car. So nice job, James Dennison. And you live to fight another day here.
Exactly. And Dennison is locked up again, so he's now got a flat spot on that tire. And every time he gets on the brakes, it's going to seek that flat spot, and he's going to lock up again. But here we are back at the front of the prototype wave. Thomas Melendrez in that number 8 Orica out in front. Beautiful car.
I like that. As we come through the Mission Foods section, Juan Gonzalez from Mission Foods will be joining us next weekend at Road America.
Great to have Juan with us, as he's a longtime vintage competitor, and really what got the Mission Foods tie-in with vintage racing to happen, as he's an avid race fan and a racer himself, and loves to support the racing anywhere that he can.
We see David Zavetsky there with that big snorkel on that Formula 5000. That's a 1971 Lola T300. And Formula 5000 was one of those classes like Can-Am, like I said, shouldn't have been a class in today's eyes, but just basically very small parameters. I had to have a 5-liter engine, had to be an open-wheel car, and then pretty much that was basically it. Here's your wheelbase, here's your weights, and it really was one of those classes that drew a huge crowd because everybody knew how crazy this formula was.
Yeah, exactly right.
We saw Steve Yarborough just get by him there. Steve Yarborough is one of our 2 drivers this year. In my 13 years of working with SVRA, this has never happened. They're doing every event with us.
Yeah.
From the West Coast to the East Coast, back and forth.
Yeah, he towed out to Sonoma. He's been in every race here with both his cars. He's got a Corvette in Group 6, and then this Swift Formula Continental in this class.
These Dallaras are very interesting cars. Dallara is just right here in Speedway, Indiana, but they're beautiful cars. We've had them off and on the last couple of years, but they're the great cars, kind of like these Revolutions, kind of like Radicals, that for the club racer driver, they're very reliable. Dallara with IndyCar makes some great chassis, and a really fun car to get in, very cost effective. We see a lot of people like these Russias that we're going to see later. A lot of these new car companies that are building purpose-built race cars like this, they're coming into it with safety first, then cost consciousness, and it's something that you can go run for years. Ooh, spin there for Dennison, who I was just bragging on at that turn just 2 laps ago.
And he got it a little too heavy into the braking zone, and around it went. As the overall leaders coming by, the leaders in the second wave are coming by, and they are working their way through the front of the field. Melendrez just set the fastest lap of the race with Nathan Bird out there. That's surprising, as Melendrez just did a 1:26.644. As Nathan Bird, I think, may have a transponder issue, as his best time not showing up on our timing monitor. So I have a feeling he's going a good deal faster than that. He qualified at a 1:19.6.
Yeah, he's a very good, fast driver. as we see one of those Dallara EXPs come through. They are building quite a few of those, but if you want a good track car that would be great for like track days or for something like this, any kind of competition, there's all kinds of different, the SCCA has a group for them, I believe, and a great car to get into, those Dallara EXPs.
Yeah,
there's Yarborough on that yellow car. Sorry, John.
I was just going to say the EXP is the racing version of the only street car that Dallara builds, the Stradale, I think it's called. And this is the racing version of that, stripped down and got a little extra aerodynamics, a little more horsepower in the motor. I think it makes about 493 horsepower in that EcoBoost 4-cylinder engine, borrowed from the Focus RS is the drive chain.
Now here is two totally different approaches on how to build a race car. Right there, the Formula 5000. and you know, they're running pretty similar lap times, but in totally different ways. The Formula 5000s have all the power, very little weight, not the best of brakes, and then you know, so they can do straightaways and some rhythm sections really well. But when we talk about that, we were showing David Zavetsky's car with that big snorkel. To me, and maybe because I'm biased, the Formula 5000 car that I always think of is the Baraxo Brian Redmond car.
Yep.
You know, with the huge white snorkel. To me, that was like the pinnacle of the Formula 5000 class, of just the innovation and what they were trying to do. And that car that Zavetsky's in. And then Riola, our friend here that usually drives Datsuns, he's got his Sunoco Mark Donohue Formula 5000 for sale here in the garages.
Awesome sauce.
Is that Gary Gray coming into one there? I believe so. So Gary Gray's really moved up in his Radical. So nice job in the 2018.
Up to 12th position after starting at the back, yeah.
I like Gary also because he brings me a can of nuts to a bunch of these events. And
as if we're not nutty enough.
Yeah, but my wife appreciates that as well. I'm looking for the 32 in my sheet. Get a great shot of the number 32.
Ben Ramirez would be my guess in his Ligier JSF4.
Again, just out there living the dream. He was out there in the group just now.
Yeah, jumped out of his Formula V and then jumps into his F4 car.
And I tell you what, you know, Ben, this is really smart. If you can get really fast in a Formula V, you're going to see your times go down in an F4 car.
Absolutely right. We'll see him next weekend, not next weekend, but at New Jersey Motorsports Park, the next stop for our F4 U.S. Championship.
We saw a shot there of the 1970 Lola T192 Formula 5000 of Seb Coppola. He runs the vintage Formula 5000 group. He runs with us sometimes in International GT and a Ferrari, sometimes in Group 10. But he actually kind of organizes all the Formula 5000s. And about once a year, they have a big Formula 5000 meetup with, 12 to 25 cars. It's a sight to see.
And that's James Johnston in the Swift 014 Formula Atlantic.
Trying to get a draft.
Johnston pops out. And that's Antonio Cancel in his Elan DPO2 that he is working his way by. That's the battle for 13th place in the overall.
Here we've got two Formula 5000s together. A little bit of the evolution of Formula cars with Bruce Hamilton right behind them in that 2001 Swift.
Yeah, the Swift, most likely a little bit quicker. It's a lot lighter car and more nimble here on this 14-turn, 2.439 mile
doesn't
road
quite
course.
Make the musical note of those 5-liter engines.
It does not, no. It's a very different exhaust note, yeah, for sure. The inline 4 in the Formula Atlantics, the Toyota Atlantics were the most common back in the day, but many of the more contemporary Atlantics with the Mazda MZR power plant in the back.
And what you're seeing there, the DPO2s, it's not an open-wheel car, but basically a lot of people say it's like an Indy Lights car with different clothes on.
Yeah.
So you could make that an open-wheel car pretty easily by taking its clothes off and then putting a configuration on there. And a lot of people would do that with the Elan DPO1s and the DPO2s.
The Swift Atlantics are the same way. You can put a different bodywork on that Swift and turn it into a prototype car. And it's they find their ways into SCCA prototype racing sometimes as well with that same configuration.
So Ben is saying, looks like a fun mix of many different older classes. That is true. Yeah, that's kind of what you're going to get here. It's like Monty Python, and now for something completely different.
Exactly. And, you talked about the Formula 5000 being, sort of a weird formula. It's very reminiscent of the original Can-Am cars, the same thing. It was run what you brung. It has to have 4 wheels, and it's a center seat car. You can do what you want. And Porsche is, supposedly destroyed the Can-Am by bringing that 1,200 horsepower, 12-cylinder monster that Mark Donohue just dominated the season, and they basically outlawed it after that. But Brian Redmond used to drive one of the 917s, so it was the same story. If you have an open rule book, you're going to throw a lot of money at it, and they're the people that are going to win.
Well, John, you're not going to believe this. This is like one of those pinch me moments, but joining us in the chat is Doug Bowles, watching here from Road America. And we watched the great IndyCar practice yesterday. We'll be at Road America next weekend. Doug joined us at Mid-Ohio last weekend. His son is out there racing this Dallara. But, Doug, thank you so much. It is such an honor to be at your fantastic track. Roger Penske, Doug Bowles, thank you guys so much. We were talking in the earlier broadcast. This is such a pinch-me moment. But then to have Doug joining us in the chat, what an honor.
His office is right around the corner from our booth. Yeah. He could be texting you from his office chair, which is about 50 feet from where we're sitting.
But he's at Road America.
Yeah.
He's running IndyCar now, doing such a great job. The races that IndyCar has had this season have been absolutely fantastic. I heard from Brandon Rohde that they have about 100 to 110,000 spectators at Road America. So love seeing that. And, man, Road America, what a great IndyCar track. And they've had some fantastic races.
Yeah, we visit there on 2 occasions. We were there about a month ago with our vintage cars and our 3 Formula classes. And then we're going back next weekend with Trans Am and the International GT. There's this pretty decent battle coming down into turn number 7. Just the 33 car going a lap down there is the 33 of Gary Gray in the Radical SR8. As some of the Formula cars working their way around, that's the 73 just in front of him, as we talked about, James Johnston Sr. in that Formula Atlantic.
I saw a Formula 5000 off there in the mission section.
I saw that as well.
In a safe area, so they're not having to go double yellow. So we really appreciate that. We've had a lot of really smart moves here from our vintage drivers. And then there's, I think, is that Bennett there in this shell car?
The two car is the Scott Dick in that Dallara Indy Lights car. And then Ben Ramirez just behind him in the 32.
Look at the rear wing on that car.
Isn't that something? By the way, Doug Carter is leading amongst the Dallara EXP class. So just so you know, we haven't forgotten Carter. He's up to 8th
Carter
overall.
Bowles, you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
And here he comes, Scott Dick, coming around. Looks like they're taking the white flag here.
1 lap to go.
Gary Gray doing very well in his Radical.
Nathan Bird way out in front. Thomas Melendrez in second in the Orica. So Melendrez was the pole sitter of the second wave of the prototypes, and he's worked his way up to the top of the order. So he's the quickest car other than Nathan Bird on the racetrack.
And we mentioned in the last race with the Formula Vs, with Doug Bowles joining us, Carter and Doug both raced here a few years ago. Doug was in the Pontiac Grand Prix. Carter was in the Formula Vs. Now Carter in the beautiful Dallara EXPs. That should be Gary Gray.
Yeah, Gary's in the 33 Radical, and then Antonio Cancel in that number 75 Elan DPO2. That's a IMSA prototype challenge car.
I do really like those DPO2s. They just seem to do really good at everything.
Yeah.
Really well-balanced cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like the checkered flag is out. It's Gary Gray coming around. See if he can hold off.
There's our Bruce Hamilton, I believe. And the 06 coming by the line in 9th position in his Swift.
So Rick is saying, big IndyCar fan and really enjoyed my time at the 500 this year. Keep up the great work, Doug Bowles. You know, if you're having a bad time at the Indy 500, you're just not doing it right.
Exactly right.
That's Genesis. I'd never been to a race before. My dad was a sponsor with Rick Mears and with Delco Remy, and I got to come to the 1989 Indy 500. Didn't know anything about racing. That set the hook, and then about a year later, Days of Thunder came out, and I was all in.
Nathan Bird, your winner in the 32A Panos. Thomas Melendrez worked his way up from the second wave in the number 8 Orica 07. Scott Dick in the number 2 Dallara finishes third. Eric Presby in the 09 Ligier LMP3 car, Then Brett Johnson in the 3A Pro Mazda. Austin Riley in the number 20 Revolution. Sean Manette in the 57 Radical. R. Bruce Hamilton in the 06 Swift 014.
There's Carter Bowles.
Carter Bowles finishing ninth, right behind him in the 72 dark green Dallara EXP. Dave Kunselman in the 47, finishing in the 10th spot in the Ligier Formula 3 car. James Johnston Sr. in the 73 Swift. Gary Gray in the 33 Radical. Antonio Cancel in the 75 Elan. James Dennison in the 44 Revolution. Ben Ramirez in the 32 Ligier JSF4, the second generation F4 car. Craig Campbell in the number 09 Van Diemen. Seb Coppola in his machine, the number 12, is a Lola T292. Then Steve Yarborough in that number 76 Euro Swift, Formula Continental. David Zavetsky in the number 94 Lola T300. Jeffrey Cawley in the 22A, second of the Dallara EXPs. Robert Phillips in the 45 Formula Super V. Johnny Crean in the 35 Eagle Mark V. Tony Lisa in the number 3 Lola T294. Dr. John Wapham in the 22 Ligier F4. Finishing in 24th position, 25th, Jay Jacobellis in the number 48 Mazda, Formula Mazda. And Brandon Reed in the 07 Pro Formula Mazda, rounding out the 26-car field.
And ladies and gentlemen, like we said, Monty Python's for something completely different. Stay tuned. Group 10 coming up next with front row Joe Nemechek. And guess where he's starting, John?
I would think he's starting near the front. What do you think?
He is P1.
What a
coming
surprise.
Up next in a black TA car, but we also have a lot of his stock cars that he maintains. But he's in a TA car this weekend because he's giving all of his stock cars and trucks and his son's truck to some of his customers. So stay tuned, and thanks for joining us.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cube 3 Architecture Trans Am TA2 Pro and Pro-Am Series. Nationally recognized for architecture, interiors, and planning, Cube 3 proudly returns as the title sponsor for the 2026 Trans Am TA2 racing season. From designing dynamic spaces across the country to fueling performance on the track, Cube 3 brings creativity, precision, and passion to everything they do. Cube 3, architecture, interiors, planning, where design innovation meets racing passion. While you're here, be sure to stop by the Styled Aesthetic merchandise trailer set up in the main paddock. You might find a perfect Father's Day gift for yourself or your dad. Perhaps it's time to freshen up your Racing America swag or support your favorite series. Stop by the Racing America merchandise trailer. It's on 6th Street to check out the new collection of hats, t-shirts, and sweatshirts. In addition, orders can be placed and shipped worldwide at styledaesthetic.com. One of the things going on today is the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show, and we have a new presenting sponsor. Gearhead Coffee now powers the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. Registration is still open for another hour. If you'd like to get registered for the Cars and Caffeine Car Show, you'll have a chance to do some parade laps around the track during the lunch break. All you do is go to SVRA.com, click on the Events tab, and then scroll down to where it says Upcoming Car Shows. You'll find the list of our events. Scroll down to this weekend's event. You can get yourself registered, and you'll have a chance to take some laps around the track during the lunch break today. There's also a paddock tour going on tomorrow for car show participants. Everybody's welcome to that as well. So check it out on SVRA.com. You can see a good shot of the car show participants as they're lined up in the car show area right now. Thanks to Donna Bistricki for keeping them all in one place for a few minutes here.
Yeah, the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Gearhead Coffee. What a great thing. And look at the golfers out there. You know, this is the time in golf that you don't mind a little background noise. Let's see what kind of shot he's got here. He looks nervous.
It's the Brickyard Crossing Golf Course with a couple holes inside the oval.
Let's do our Jim Nance. Hello, friends. Welcome.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice swing.
Yeah.
It looks like he's pretty happy with where that one's going.
He does.
Yeah.
He leaned a little bit. Didn't like the English that he put on it.
Yeah, he wanted a little help, but another of his foursome now hitting for the tee. As you can see, a little breeze in the trees in the background. It's a beautiful overcast day here. The weather forecast was for potentially some liquid sunshine here at the racing capital of the world, but it looks like that has gone by the wayside, and we're going to have a dry day here. So these golfers will not have to get their umbrellas out. Now let's check this man's swing. Nice. Oh, good form. Right up on his toes after he completes that one. And he seems happy with that. Not much body English going there. Yeah.
Not bad. John, you might have missed your calling. You could do motorsports and golf. That's pretty good.
Exactly. I can't imagine a bigger disparity.
Yeah.
The difference between motorsports and golf. Mm-hmm. Okay, what can you say? Here they come for our Group 10 race. It's a two-wave start. We'll have the GT cars at the front, and then that'll be followed by the historic stock cars in the back. And Ben, this is one that I'll let you run the grid because you know these guys.
We'll start from the back. From the back, maybe one of the greatest names. You know, we've got Will Power in motorsports. We have a Thor Johnson that races with us, but Ricky Knuckles in a 2012 Chevrolet Impala starting 20th. Ryan Terrace in a 2001 Ford Taurus. Greg Sarf in 18th is in a Dodge Charger. Greg Richardson in a 2014 Chevrolet Camaro. Michael Massey in a 2006 Chevy Camaro. Terry Mathis in a Chevrolet Cup car. J.C. France, we were talking about some of this racing royalty that's with us. You know, we have Carter Bowles and Doug Bowles just joined us in the broadcast in the comment section. J.C. France is the great-grandson of Big Bill France, son of Jim France. So it's great to have him out here in the white Chevrolet Silverado. Sam LeCompte in the Kevin Harvick, starting 13th. Monte Carlo from 2007. Scott Hawley in the Penske Dodge. Ryan Gemmell, watch out for him in that 2009 Toyota Camry. Then we go through, that's the split start with the stock cars. Then starting 10th is Reed Kreider in that Kreider Racing Datsun 240. Glenn Robert Andrew in the Pontiac Grand Prix that Doug Bowles ran here the last couple of years with us. Tim Haynes in the 2009 Porsche 997. Rick Wolsifer in a TA2. Bruce Raymond in the 1985 Pontiac Firebird, Mark Mercurio in a Howe chassis TA2, Henry Najem in a 488 Ferrari Challenge, Scott Kissinger in a GT3. Then we've got Ryan McManus in a TA car GT1, and then Front Row Joe in a 2000 Chevrolet Corvette that he says was an Irv Hare car.
And it's the Batmobile, as you can see when it comes by. He's got the Batmobile logo on the side. I was walking through the paddock when we were setting up and saw a couple fans come through, and they said, "Look, man, there's the Batmobile." I said, just wait till you see that car on track with Front Row Joe behind the wheel.
And look at this. Watch out for that Ferrari and that Porsche Cup car in turn one, because they're going to really be able to outbrake these TA cars and see if they can maybe get by, but I doubt it, because those TA cars, a long drag race into turn one.
Yeah, Mark Mercurio in that GT4 number 41 Camaro is also a quick one, so watch him. But Joe Nemechek and Ryan McManus bringing the field to the green flag. A little bump draft in there as they touch, as the green flag flies, and they are in a drag race down to the start-finish line and on the way to turn number one. And it looks like McManus is running right with Front Row Joe, but he's a little later on the brakes, is Joe Nemechek, and he's going to take the lead into turn number one. In the Mission Foods section, we've got the Cube 3 architecture signs there at turn number two. And then side-by-side racing, just as you said, the Ferrari of Najem and Scott Kissinger in that 222. Now here comes the second wave with the stock cars. As they work their way side-by-side, the truck right up in the front.
Just doesn't have the arrow of some of these smaller stock cars because it's a big Chevy Silverado. But you see Scott Hawley pulling out there.
In that Miller Lite number 2, and then right behind him is the number 3 car of Terry Mathis in the Coke livery machine.
Mercurio having a great run in that TA2 car.
Yeah, right on the tail of that Ferrari. So Front Row Joe already opening up a big lead, and then there's McManus in a very similar Corvette.
I talked to Joe Nemechek a couple years ago here at Indy with Scott Hawley, and I said, you know, in professional racing, you were Front Row Joe. What about in vintage racing? To make a show of it, we go Back Row Joe. That America 250 car there of France going side by side.
JC should be briefed a little bit that in SVRA racing we eschew body contact, so he's muscling that Silverado up through the field. Onto the banking, up in through turn 11, and then down into the hard braking at turn 12.
This is, we have a spinner there, the car number 9.
That's the 9 of J.C. France, not J.C. France, sorry. We have another 9, Michael Massey, in the number 10 Chevy Camaro with the Napa Brakes logo. Oh, trouble for our second-place qualifier, Ryan McManus. I think that's a comprehensive kerblamo.
Yeah.
As that car is issuing a big cloud of smoke. Hopefully there's not any oil down on the racetrack, but he is pulled off onto the oval at the exit of turn 1.
We call that an unscheduled engine disassembly. We also have a Cup car coming down slow on the track.
Yeah, one of the Porsches is slow on the run down to turn 1. Pace car is being stood up, so we're going to go full course yellow here as we want to be sure track workers can get out and have a quick look at the racetrack and make sure that we don't have any fluid down on the racetrack after McManus's explosion.
Especially right there, because he was on the line coming into the hardest braking zone on the track. We need to make sure it's safe. Now, this gives me a good chance to talk about this Historic Stock Car Racing Association. You know, we've seen kind of a shift in the cultures in SVRA and in vintage racing that a lot of people are kind of moving from maybe like a Group 6 car into these stock cars. And our friend Carlos Gann, who joined us with us last weekend at Mid-Ohio, unfortunately couldn't be here this weekend. But Carlos, we love you. We're thinking about you. The Historic Stock Car Racing Association just came from Carlos and Bill Elliott's longtime friendship of wanting to bring these cars back out. These cars, you know, there's just a ton of these things like in the Mooresville, North Carolina area. They're safe. They're fast. You can buy them off the shelf. The parts are readily available. But to me, it's this magic of, you know, this is a weird sport. Like, this is the only sport that basically you could put on Mickey Mantle's jersey, use his bat and a glove, go play at Yankee Stadium against other people that might have competed against Mickey Mantle. So here you are, like in the stock car class, you may be driving, like in Sam LeCompte's case, the Kevin Harvick car, racing it where they would have raced in a different configuration in NASCAR against cars that Kevin Harvick would have raced against. And it really stood out to me after the Midi, another one of our great vintage organizations races in Road Atlanta. I got a text and a call from my friend Frank Markham, who's like, "You're not going to believe this. I was just on the podium with Bill Elliott with 40 cars in the field." And so there is this, like, pinch me, like we keep talking about this at Indy. But, you know, you can't. So these drivers are going to get to stand on the podium here with Joe Nemechek or a Bill Elliott. In a lot of, I've seen Bobby Labonte in our paddock kind of sniffing around these stock cars. So we might see some of these people. I'm hearing that maybe Carl Edwards might dip his toe in this. So it's just like one of those things that, there is no other sport. You're not going to be able to go play basketball against like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in some, in Madison Square Garden or something like this. But you can do that here with this. And I know, like Scott Hawley here, the front there in that Dodge, I know he's a big Rusty Wallace fan. So for him to get to drive these cars, that is a lot of fun. Now you're out there with, the great-grandson of the guy that formulated this whole NASCAR thing, back on the beaches of Daytona. And he's out there and running with us. So it's just, we have the coolest job, John, because we get to, kind of see all this stuff happening and the who's who of racing out here with us.
And, you get a chance to do grid walks with a lot of these drivers and get a chance to get to know them, walk your way through the grid. I kind of get stuck in the PA booth and, I'll jump down on the podium for the formula classes. But you've got I admire your ability to walk your way through the paddock and see these drivers and cars up close and personal. That's an option that I don't often have because I get stuck up here.
Yeah, if you follow us on Facebook, you can see I did a video yesterday that I posted. Joe Nemechek had just cut the exhaust off of one of the cars with his hacksaw, then used that hacksaw blade to cut his sandwich and just took a bite of it. Said a little iron never hurt anybody, right? Yeah. And then Fast Ginger, is kind of, he is yelling at us, John, in all caps. We had a missed opportunity with that golf, to quote Caddyshack. He got all of that one.
Gotcha.
Caddyshack, one of the most quotable movies ever.
Absolutely.
If you're joining us here in the chat, tell us where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. If you have any great information on these drivers, well, Pierce Crone, who was just with us out on track, has joined us in here. So thank you so much. The latest 4-time winner at Indy. What a race earlier for 1FV between EO, Eric, and myself. Yeah, that was the vintage Formula V. They put on a great show, Pierce, so we expect more of that here later. And Simon taking the 1FV, so thank you. But tell us if you have any information, if you want to yell at the commentators, here's your chance. We were just in the booth with Andy Petrie that's going to join us in the booth with Trans Am later. When I said that, he looked at me like, what are you doing? You're asking for trouble. But, I like to yell at the commentators if they get something wrong, if I'm watching like the 12 Hours of Sebring or something. So here's your chance.
I throw things at the TV when I'm home watching.
Yeah. But sometimes you have better information on the drivers or cars than we do. We have about 200 SVRA cars here this weekend, so it's hard to know everything about these cars and drivers. I am hearing pace cars coming in this time by.
Yep, that's what we're hearing. Is looks like they've got the cleanup concluded and have discovered there is no oil down, so that's a good bit from Ryan McManus's engine problem. James Rogerson, one of my favorite people in the world, driving that Skillman safety car. James has been our safety car driver for a number of years, and from Texas. He's a club racer. He's had a couple health challenges of late, but God bless you, James. He's working his way through all of that, and I had dinner with him just last night. And he's one of my favorite people in the world. I just wanted to give him a tip of the hat because he does a great job in that safety car.
I think he told me at the last race that he was the first in SCCA to have a grandfather, son, grandson in the same B-Spec race.
Exactly. And the grandson won. Yeah, that was up in Road America a couple years ago.
Mercurio moving up. I think we need to tell Mark Mercurio that these are single-lane restarts, but he's getting up there next to Front Row Joe.
Yeah, he's thinking this is a NASCAR side-by-side restart.
And you know what? Joe doesn't care. He's one of the drivers in SVRA that won't rattle him at all. He's like, yeah, you come up beside me, that's fine.
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
You might have brought a knife to a gunfight, Mark, but, we'll see what happens.
Exactly. As James Rogerson takes the safety car into the pit lane, turning the field over to Joe Nemechek and Mark Mercurio. Mercurio in that number 41 Camaro. Nemechek on the outside in the number 97 TA Spec Corvette. Henri Najem in third in the 17 Ferrari 488 Challenge. Scott Kissinger in the 222 Porsche GT3 Cup car right alongside. We are green, green, green once again. And Nemechek puts the right foot down and disappears into the sunset. Once again, the Ferrari slotting into that third spot. Then the 222 of Scott Kissinger right behind him. Glenn Robert Andrew in the number 9A Pontiac Grand Prix. Shuffling in just behind him. And then the first of the stock cars, Scott Hawley in that number 2 Penske Dodge. Up into 7th overall, Terry Mathis in the Coke livery number 3 Chevrolet Cup car. In the 8th spot, Ryan Gamel in the number 6 Camry, and J.C. France in the truck in the number 8 up into the top 10.
I have to give it up for Joe Nemechek's crew and Sam LeCompte and Dolphy that they had to replace 2 engines last night and a rocker arm, and it looks like they got everything back up and running.
Scott Hawley deep on the brakes coming into turn 7 as he picks up another spot, moving around the Porsche of Scott Kissinger.
And Sam LeCompte making a really good but questionable pass there on the number 11.
Oh, a little bump there between the 29 and the 3, the 29 car of Samuel LeCompte in that Goodwrench liveried machine. As they come up onto the banking and then down into the hard braking zone at turn 12.
Patrick Womack in that Toyota coming right back at him. Patrick Womack, the longtime vintage race competitor, has some great B sedans that he's run with us. A fantastic BMW 2002 that actually is a slot car you can buy. And he and Sam LeCompte going at it. Patrick is the one that pointed out to me that Joe Nemechek was cutting a sandwich with a hacksaw blade. He said, you might want to film this. So I appreciate that, Patrick.
Terry Mathis and J.C. France having a good battle as they head down into turn number 1. And then the other Silverado right behind them is Scott Dolphy in that number 69 Silverado.
That number 3 Dale Earnhardt car was with us at Road Atlanta, and that was the car that for that short time that they went over to Japan in NASCAR, that was the livery, because we all know the Intimidator in the black car, but for Japan I think Coca-Cola wanted a red Coca-Cola car, and they did that there, so that's that livery on that car. And Ryan Gamel running with that Ferrari. For a while we saw 2 different kinds of Cup cars. We saw the Porsche Cup car and a NASCAR Cup car, and I tell you what, they take braking zones very differently.
Exactly. Yeah, the Porsche's probably about half the weight, and with all the engine in the back, of course, Porsches are legendary for having great stopping power because of the weight transfer, obviously. So, yeah, it can outbrake the NASCAR cars, I think, without any difficulty.
Now, if I was in J.C. France's seat, I don't know if I would have the attention span to do this, because I would be thinking, I just passed the Dale Earnhardt car into turn 1 at Indy. Like what a great moment there. And I'm sure he knows his NASCAR history.
I'm sure he does. Good battle there between Scott Dolphy and that other one of the other Silverados, and Michael Massey just behind him in the 9 Camaro with the Napa Brakes livery. But here we are at the front of the stock car field, and it's a good one between Holly and Gamel as they are separated at the line by just about a quarter of a second.
And Gamel, one of our best stock car racers, very good, very talented. You need to follow him on social media. He makes some great posts as Mathis goes wide there. Yeah,
he goes a little deep and allows Dolphy to get through. So that's a change for 9th position.
Dolphy, longtime friend. He's come up in the booth with me. Ex-professional football player. Then he ran pit race for a few years until it just sold. And now he's doing a lot of consulting with different tracks as they go side by side through Mission Food section here.
And this is for the lead in historic stock cars as the 2 of Scott Hawley and the 6 of Gamel, nose to tail, working their way through the S's section.
Scott Hawley is not going to give him anything. Ryan is going to have to make this pass. The Historic Stock Car Racing Association here at Indy Scott Hawley, unbelievable. Way to keep Ryan behind you. That is not easy to do. This is one of our most talented drivers. One of those kind of semi-pros. He'll go run in the Cup Series, in any of the NASCAR ladder series on any given weekend, or might be out here with us trying to find a more stable ride in NASCAR, in professional stock car racing, and he is deserving it here as they go side by side, and it looks like he's going to have the advantage coming into Q3 turn 1.
He's got the inside line. It's got about a car length ahead, and he's going to take the lead. So Gamel, after qualifying in second spot, or actually he qualified on the pole in that Camry, Scott Hawley taking the lead early, and Gamel finally getting back around him as he takes over the lead in the stock car group. And that's up into third overall. Only Mark Mercurio and Joe Nemechek are out in front of these two. Through the little chicane there at turns 5 and 6, using up all the racetrack and then some. When we get into our Formula Regional race a little later on, that going off the track and using that extra runoff is verboten. The driver will be penalized for doing that, but a little more lax on the track limits rules for our SVRA competitors.
I love it. We're getting yelled at again, and this is good information. Russell Richmond is saying JC is Big Bill's grandson, not great-grandson. So thank you so much for that. I like to, we like to be right. So thank you for correcting us. Debbie Massey saying, go Massey, my favorite. And Bryce York, new to this, he's saying he's digging this right now, what we're throwing down.
Well, good. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Bryce. Glad to have you along.
Patrick Womack in that Toyota, followed by the Kevin Harvick car, piloted by Samuel LeCompte, and these two have gone at it. They've switched positions a few times here in the Historic Stock Car Racing Association.
Yep, they're battling back for 6th and 7th as they work their way through the final turn up onto the legendary straightaway.
This is one of the smoothest racetracks we're going to see throughout the season.
Yeah, no question. A lot of the international drivers in our Formula Series talk about how flat this racetrack is, and it is. I mean, there's no banking other than obviously up on the banking at turn 11, but it's all very much flat, but it's billiard table smooth, and that's what the drivers like. Really puts a premium on hitting your marks and doing a great job of keeping the car where it belongs.
Yeah, very few excuses when you come into the pits.
Exactly.
It's very smooth, not a lot of cracks or bumps, but look at this. Gamel coming up to front row Joe Nemechek in a TA car.
Yeah, he's already passed Mark Mercurio in that Camaro in second spot.
He's looking for the overall win. That's going to be a tall order. Especially these two are such good friends.
Working by the lap car, that's in the Kreider 240Z. A little outclassed in this group.
But Gamel getting around his protege because Joe Nemechek is coming into the pit area. So now Mark Mercurio is seeing, hey, I could get the win here in his group. And Gamel looks like he's going to be able to take it in the stock car.
Gamel in the stock car pro class, Mercurio in the 10 GT4 class, and then Scott Hawley in SCB in the number 2. So problems for Nemechek as he pulls in before the checkers.
And look at that, LeCompte back around Patrick Womack as they go side by side. LeCompte not giving him an inch.
Forces him up over the curbing there, and those curbs are tall at that apex at turn 1.
I'd be really surprised if Patrick Womack didn't wave with one finger at that move.
He's number 1. That's basically it.
There goes Scott Hawley through there. We don't have out of bounds there on the exit of the chicane, so if you're wondering, I know some race groups that race here, they do. We do not. So here comes LeCompte into the Mission Foods section. Hard on the brakes following that beautiful Ferrari 488.
Amri Najem in that number 17 Ferrari.
Now, a lot of these drivers, Patrick Womack, LeCompte, Joe Nemechek, I believe Ryan, Stolfi, next Saturday they leave for the classic 24 Hours of Le Mans, and I think they have about 40 American stock cars that are going to be racing there, and I bet you the French are going to love it.
Oh, yeah, no question. We talked about the Le Monster in the first group, so there's a nice Le Mans tie-in as well. This is a nice battle here. Lecomte all over the back of that Ferrari of Najim. That's the battle for 4th overall. I'm guessing Lecomte's probably got a little more horsepower under his right foot, and he's going to take it.
Sam Lecomte with Concierge Motorsports, also Eagles Canyon Raceway, as the white flag is out on our leader. I believe that's Gamel.
Gamel, your leader by about 1 second and 7/10 over Mark Mercurio in that Camaro, the number 41. Scott Hawley in the Penske Dodge in the 3rd spot. And then Najim, there's Hawley. And then Najim battling with Patrick Womack in the number 11. Scott Kissinger in the 222 Porsche. J.C. France in the number 8 Silverado. Rodney Reston in his Silverado, the 01 behind J.C. about 13 seconds back. And then Richard Wolsifer and Terry Mathis, your top 10, as we're coming to the checkered flag here.
I haven't seen Bruce Raymond's Pontiac Firebird out there yet. The blue, he was our Group 10 champion a few years ago in that.
Yeah, that Firebird not in the field for this one.
All right. Mercurio, last chance. Mercurio in that Howe chassis TA2 car. Ryan Gamel in that SC Pro 2009 Toyota Camry.
Right out to the wall and coming to the checkered flag. And there it is. Gamel takes the win.
Look at how they light up that pylon. That's unbelievable.
How nice is that, huh?
All right. Scott Hawley. Can Sam Lecomte get around him?
Not quite. I think Hawley gets it done, but just barely as they cross the stripe.
Ooh. That Porsche Cup car and the Ferrari cross near the same time.
Kissinger takes a 6th spot. Henry Najim, 4 1,000ths of a second between those two, between 5th and 6th.
And all of these groups that you're seeing right now in the morning session before lunch are also racing this afternoon.
Yeah, you're going to get a reprise of all of these SVRA classes after the lunch break. So
please stay with us. We still have the Juan Pablo car out there as Dale Earnhardt car comes through. The Dale Jarrett car is here with us. Here comes the Juan Pablo Montoya car of Greg Sarf.
And R.I.P. Dale. We lost him just a few.
No, his dad, right?
Yeah,
Ned.
Yeah. My brain is locking up.
Sure, comments can tell us. Yeah, I forget his name as well.
Ned Jarrett. Sorry, okay. There we go. We lost him not long ago. So anyway, just a quick rundown of the class leaders as we like to do. In the SCB category, Scott Hawley takes the win in the number 2 Penske Dodge. Terry Mathis in the number 3 red Chevrolet Cup car, and Ryan Terrace in the UPS livery number 88 takes the bronze medal. In the stock car trucks, J.C. France taking the win in the number 8. Rodney Reston takes the silver in the 01, and Scott Dolphy in the 69, finishing 3rd. In the stock car A category, Patrick Womack taking the win in the number 11 Camry. Michael Massey in the 9 Camaro in 2nd, and the bronze medal goes to Greg Richardson in the 62. And then for our GT class, the GT4 class, Mark Mercurio in the number 41 Camaro, 2nd overall, and takes the win in that class. Henri Najim in the Ferrari, number 17, is 2nd, and Scott Kissinger comes home with the bronze in the number 222. Joe Nemechek alone in the GT3 category. Reed Kreider alone in GT5. Glenn Robert Andrew alone in GT2. And Ryan Gemmel, the only SC Pro car in the field. Next up, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Practice, first official practice. They had a couple test sessions yesterday, but their first official practice of the weekend coming up next on the stream. Stay with us from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the racing capital of the world.
Rev up up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Speedway, Indiana, the world capital of racing. Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We have the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series joining us and coming on track right now. John Phippen, TA2 has just exploded in the last 10 years, and this has become kind of the ladder series into NASCAR. If you watch any NASCAR race now, and I'm kind of proud to say that when I watch a NASCAR race, it seems like we know a half of the field because they came through this series.
You're exactly right, Ben, and it has become so popular as a training series for budding NASCAR stars who want to work their way into the Cup Series because they don't get a lot of chance to do road racing, basically. They grow up on oval tracks, and, road racing is kind of a discipline that many of them don't get a chance to offer, and this is a perfect training ground for these, especially for these young drivers. And, we talk about Helio Mesa. My goodness gracious, what a find he has been. That's a name, ladies and gentlemen, you will definitely want to remember. Helio Mesa. In the Alessandros Racing machine, he won his first 5 races in this competition. He won on his debut at COTA last season, and then won the first 4 races of this year, leading every lap. I mean, he was just unbeatable. Finally reached his Achilles heel at Lime Rock Park at our last meeting in the rain. Never really got to grips with that. At Lime Rock, he just wasn't atop the timetable that we see at every other place, but he's right back at the front here as he and Elon Day have been swapping fast times in the test sessions yesterday. In the second test session, Day was actually quicker at a 28.9, but Mesa was only about a 56 thousandths of a second behind it. So those two are 1 and 2 in the points, and they are the two drivers to watch. Elon Day, has been up until this year kind of a part-time driver in the TA2 series, and it's great to have him now on a more full-time basis.
Yeah,
and doing
Tel Aviv.
From Tel Aviv, Israel, yes, absolutely. In the JSSI SLR M1 race cars, Chevrolet Camaro. Helio Mesa in the Alessandros Racing SLR M1 Camaro was second. Thomas Merrill in the Cope race cars, HP Tuners Mustang, was third quickest in testing yesterday. Noah Harmon was 4th in the number 7 High Point Rockers Cube 3 Camaro. Tanner Reif rounded out the top 5 in yesterday's testing, and the number 75 Power Gen Components Chevy Camaro. 32 TA2 cars here this weekend, including the Trans Am class. We've got 60 Trans Am cars on the facility here this weekend. That's the biggest entry I can remember. There may have been a bigger one, but you've been at this longer than I have.
Yeah. COTA a few years ago, we had, I think, about 70. But I've had the honor of being with the Trans Am Series in different capacities for the last 10 years, and have just loved seeing this TA2 Series grow, because there's some of the veterans and the kind of stalwarts of like the Adrian Lostowskis, Thomas Merrills, Rafa Matos, Mike Skeen comes in and out. Then we have these young guns who might be in for a season and a half that we saw with like Brent Cruz, Thomas Annunziata, Connor Zilic, Connor Mosak, who we saw in the truck race last night in San Diego. And it's such a great mix of all kinds of different cars, drivers, talent levels, but it becomes very, very competitive. We see one of our Western competitors, J.C. Monet, out there in the number 8 car. But this has become kind of the de facto. A lot of the teams are looking at this. We were just talking about Connor Zilic. Well, Justin Marks with Trackhouse Racing was racing with us in the TA Championship and running for the championship. And this is how he met Connor Zilic. And that's how the relationship started. And Connor Zilic, obviously, with Trackhouse Racing, doing very well in the Cup Series. And just such a nice person. Just one of those people that you just wish nothing but the best for.
Absolutely. The Tobo twins here this weekend. Jackson Tobo atop the order here in the very early running in the number 30 Pilot Travel Centers machine. Adrian Lostowski, veteran campaigner in the TA2 Series. He's doing double duty this weekend as he's running in the TA Series in the GT class as well in that number 3. Helio Mesa, the points leader in the number 28. Noah Harmon in the 7. In the 4 spot, Tanner Reif rounding out the top 5. In the early running here, again, this is the first official practice session of the weekend. They had 2 test sessions yesterday, quote, optional test sessions. I think everybody ran them, so they may be optional, but everybody takes advantage of the track time for sure. And then we'll see these cars qualify this afternoon at 4:15 to set the grid for tomorrow's race.
3 different chassis manufacturers in this group. There's M1. There's Howe, and Howe basically kind of came up with this formula of TA2, and based on kind of late model chassis, stock cars. And then there is Cope race cars out of Florida, and it's pretty equally distributed through the field. And this is the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, and Nick Middleton, the CEO of Cube 3, has joined us up here. And ladies and gentlemen, this isn't like your normal marketing partner or sponsor of a series. He knows everybody in the paddock. He knows all the drivers, the crew, everything like that. Nick, if you'll make sure your light's green, press the left button. But ladies and gentlemen, Nick Middleton. Nick, tell us about your involvement in the TA2 series.
Well, thank you very much, Ben. It's great to be here at Indianapolis. I think this is my 6th year in the paddock, so 3rd year as series sponsor, and it's one of the most phenomenal racing series in the country. I think, one of the oldest series is 60 years, its anniversary this year. It just proves this weekend with the amount of competitors that we have here this weekend, 32 cars, really just shows the importance of this racing series right now.
Nick, for those of the fans that are here that may not know Cube 3 and the relationship to racing, tell us about how you got involved with the TA2 series.
I got involved, like I say, probably 5 or 6 years ago with Evan Slater. Young kid at the age of 14, wanted to get into this racing world, and I thought the opportunity of bringing Cube 3 to the table here, because I work for an architectural firm in the UK that ran the F3000, F2000. I'm like, why not give this a go? So here we are, kind of 6 years later, and my passion for racing has always been since my DNA, since I was 13 or 14 years old. I don't get to race competitively any longer, but I do enjoy doing some instruction. But my huge passion is the driver development program.
Exactly, and what a better platform for it than this, yeah.
And I think it's not just on the track here, it's off the track. Some of these young drivers today, Noah Harmon is one of the examples right now that I'm working with. It's 90% business as far as I'm concerned and 10% driving. It's to actually get onto track takes a lot of work to get there in terms of the financials in today's world, and that is a big challenge. So that's one of my passions, is kind of giving back to the younger drivers and assisting. And as Ben was saying, I know everybody in this paddock, and it's not just the drivers, it's the teams. It's a huge family here, all the mechanics that make this actually happen. So
it is so much fun. The camaraderie in the paddock in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, as Nick was saying, celebrating 60 years, is unbelievable. And especially in the TA2 series, it's so competitive. But when you're doing something like this, you also have to know the other drivers and have a respect for them. And so it is also a lot of fun, because like here we have Jackson Tovo here in this Toyota. Right behind him is Jim Gallagher. Jim Gallagher is a little bit more my age. Jackson Tovo, I think 14 or 15 years old.
Yeah.
And he's out there with his twin brother. And so they all kind of lean on each other. I'm sure Jim Gallagher wishes he was as fast as Jackson Tovo, but Jim Gallagher has a little bit more experience in these cars than Jackson, so they can work together. And it is different teams. There's lots of different levels of competition. Jim Gallagher is out here to try to beat his best times. He's out here measuring himself against himself, as Jackson locks it up there in the Mission Food section. There's Alon Day that just went by in that beautiful JSSI car. He's out here to win a championship.
Very much so.
And he's doing very well. He won the last race at Lime Rock that I unfortunately didn't get to be at. Then you've got Gleitzman right behind in that Howe chassis car. And he's new to the series this year, but you can see the improvement. Talking about driver development, it seems like a lot of these drivers, every weekend, they just kind of get faster and faster. They make better and better decisions, and that's all we're asking for in the Trans Am Series. Michael LaPaglia, one of our Western champions from a few years ago, out here with us, and we have a few Western drivers out here joining us.
But I think a lot's to do with the kudos for the DOP program that Trans Am has. That any of these younger drivers you talk about, the Tovo twins here, they can't just step onto the track. They've got to go through a very rigorous DOP program to understand how to drive in this competitive world. Putting them in these race cars that are going to 175 miles an hour at 14 years old. Most moms in the world were like, no way.
Oh, I was hoping we'd stay with Jim Gallagher there, because there is an escape road at turn 1 that we want to explain. There's Jared Odrick, last year's Pro-Am champion in the Cube 3 architecture. Jared Odrick, a first-round draft pick to the Miami Dolphins, played at Penn State. One of those just perennial competitors. Doesn't look like a race car driver because he's, big. 6'3", 6'4", and he, was out there sacking Tom Brady. That was his, his defensive player, but he has some sacks and an interception, even on the likes of Tom Brady. and just very competitive. He's like, golf doesn't work for me. So he's out here racing with us. And I'll tell you, and I told him this, when he first came in, everybody thought he'll be here for 3 or 4 events and then go find something else, because people like this, they don't like to lose. He put the work and the effort in. He's even cut some weight that we've watched over the last year. And when he gave his acceptance speech at the banquet, everybody stood up. He has earned the respect from the paddock because they've all seen the hard work that it takes. It is so hard to go from the top in any competitive. He was, at the top in the NFL, and then to learn a totally different, anything with racing, but to come in and learn a totally different sport, totally different discipline, and to be good at it. That's
he's completely focused. And just talking to him just before he got in the car today, he loves this track. He's like, you start looking at the back turns, and he's saying that this is unique. This is a one-off anywhere else in the country. But every single race he gets into, he's progressing higher and higher in the rankings. He's finishing on the top of the podium most weeks, but he's finishing in the top 10 of the professional world.
Yeah,
higher.
And he came up through the SCCA. He has an SCCA national championship. I got a chance to call his race at the runoffs when he won the championship. So he's paid his dues and worked his way up into this level of racing. And like I say, took his first championship a year ago. He's leading the championship again this year. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him staying at the top of the points table for a number of years.
I believe so. I think he will be there.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely.
Alain Day in the JSSI with Team SLR M1, I believe second in points, doing very well. He, all season we were with him on winner circle, and on the podium he was always second or third step, always wanted that top step, and then got it at Lime Rock. Elio Meza, who we talked about, is just kind of that phenom, just coming in and winning so many races in a row. But Alain Day, and he's had a rough year. Alain Day, he came to Sebring, and basically a war broke out in the Middle East, and he wasn't sure how he was getting home, and really had to struggle to get home from a few of these races. So it's great to see him out here at Indy in such a bucket list, as we see a local yellow coming into Cube 3, Turn 1.
Yeah, we got a car that went wide there. I think that's the 44 of Patrick Paul from Kennesaw, Georgia, and the next-gen machine went a little wide there at Turn 1, but he's been able to get back on track, so no harm, no foul.
A lot of motorsport sponsors, they kind of put their name on there, and they want the exposure or the branding. Nick is different, and I hope you don't mind me saying this, Nick, but I see you putting in the work with other drivers like a Noah Harmon or an Evan Slater. You seem to kind of pick 2 or 3 drivers, Sam Corey each year, and you want to work with, their more like business acumen. You want to help them out with how they present themselves, how they come to interviews, get them to drivers' meetings on time, things like that, because you can't be a one-dimensional driver anymore. You can't just, get into a NASCAR team on talent alone. You also have to present yourself really well. You have to know how to talk to people, how to communicate. You need to have good social media presence, and that's kind of the approach that Nick takes, and that's his, when you build a building, you're changing all the surroundings, and you're looking at every single detail. And I know you're very detail oriented.
I remember the days when I first met Evan Slater. I'm barely had a conversation. Put a TV camera in front of him and I say, well, this is what you're about to be talking about. And if another question came up, it was like blank. So training these young individuals at 14, 15 that suddenly have to be an adult overnight is one of the biggest uphill battles they have. But they all do a phenomenal job. And again, you look at Evan Slater today, you put him in the media box and do commentary. He's coaching out there as well this weekend. But it's not just Noah. I think I'm watching Jace as well, Denmark, who is another individual that he's been doing very successful in the open wheel. He's come into the TA2 world in the last couple of years, and hopefully is finishing out this year in the series. But again, another young talent, and but he's very good at his own personal branding as well. But all of this is about social media today.
Yeah.
What's that presence? Can you represent the sponsor, the brand that is giving the opportunity to ride? And if they don't have that gift, then you're not going to be driving next year because you're going to miss the finance.
We're seeing Elio Mesa on the screen right now in that number 28 machine. What a phenom this kid is. I mean, I have just been so impressed with his rise. You know, undefeated in his first 5 starts. He is just a natural talent.
Without a doubt. And also, you know, the impaired hearing situation as well. I think go back to Sebring, he had 0 communications with his pit lane. And he was truly a professional of how he conducted himself in that race on the restarts, etc. But I think what people don't realize is the amount of study that he does on data. You know, he is here till 10 or 11 o'clock at night looking at the data. Everybody else has gone home. He is completely focused.
I joked about it at the Sebring test because I followed him into the truck, and he just pulls out this notebook that's just pages and pages, and he writes down everything, anything that he learned from that. And I thought, that's, you know, I haven't seen a lot of that before. And then he wins Sebring, and I'm like, well, he may have found something. And I noticed at the grid at the next race, there's Jared Odrick with his notebook at grid, you know. And so anytime somebody does something and they're winning, everybody else in the paddock starts to think, well, I guess I got to start doing that as well. And like we said, this is just a practice out there. So you've seen a lot of cars coming into pit lane, and what they're doing is Elio Mesa might have said, hey, my car's not turning right very well, or it's not good off of the corner, and they're going to come in and hopefully make just some kind of minor adjustment to make the car feel more balanced. But Mesa out there with Alonde right behind him, it seems like just kind of almost copy and paste from the whole season. Then you've got Tovo, Thomas Merrill, who has done very well at this track. We raced here in TA2, I think, in 17 and 18. And yeah, then you've got the 2 Tovo twins, 5th and 3rd.
Yeah, that's very impressive, the pair of them, 14 years old, with a veteran in between there with Thomas Merrill. And Thomas Merrill has struggled this season so far, so it's great to see him back in the top 5 there.
And the thing about TA2, the evolution that I've seen in the 10 years I've been involved, is we have now in Nitro, it's silver hair, championship winning crew chiefs, mechanics, people that, you know, were there. Like Ron Otto with Nitro was the last person to talk to Dale Earnhardt. You know, he buckled him in at Daytona. Alan Mincy with M1, NASCAR champion, you know, as in the crew. And so where TA2 kind of started out more of like privateer, it's now bumped up. And Gil Martin with silver hair, you know, the amount of knowledge that he has and the drivers and the teams that he's been with, it seems like almost every major team has somebody like that. You got Billy with Adrian Laskowski and Fast Auto. The knowledge in our paddock is unbelievable. And then when you bring in an Alan Bestwick and Andy Petrie, they're like, well, it's a homecoming in our paddock because it's everybody that was in their NASCAR paddock.
When I first started this out 5 or 6 years ago in Stephen Millen Racing, it was a whole different ballgame. You know, we had 5 or 6 cars, but we didn't have we had great mechanics, but as you say, the level that has come in from NASCAR and other major series has changed it. But also with Chevy and Toyota having more of an influence of what's going on and assisting the teams has been phenomenal in terms of developing these cars.
But tell us about your driver here, Noah Harmon, because I know you have a personal connection. They make you breakfast.
That's very much so. I'm part of the team there, and but I also had to spread my wealth around the paddock in some respects. But a young driver that is looking to get to the next level has struggled. He only got into racing at 14. Well, Tovo twins are starting at they started at 6, so there's a big difference there. He didn't come up the go-karting world. He's done very well at the MX Cup 5. He was the shootout champion. This year he won the MX Cup 5 at Daytona, which is a huge win for him there. So he's got a great talent, and he's with a great team with silver hair. He's had he did well at the end of last year with quite a few podiums, and I think we'll hopefully see towards the end of this season as well more podiums from him as well.
Well, you said he makes you breakfast. Is that an English breakfast? Or
Well, yeah, we've had a full English breakfast. I actually got my, as they say, my bacon buddy this morning with traditional British bacon this morning. So I get well looked after. I do put on the pounds when I'm in the paddock here, working my way from trailer to trailer.
Right.
But here comes Noah into the pit box right now. I'm sure he's doing the minor adjustments. I know a lot of them have been struggling between the transition between the inner and the oval track.
We've got Laney Bice doing really well, currently 8th, I believe. Great to have Laney Bice back in the series. And I want to talk about Eric Payton. You know, we talk about when I joined, it was just a lot of privateers. I was telling Tyler Casera last night, I think he's the last what I'd consider privateer to win in TA2 at VIR a few years ago. But it can happen. But Eric Payton from Indianapolis area with the Ray Skillman. We saw the pace car. Bill Skillman is here racing a Porsche 911 with us in SVRA. But Eric Payton from Central Indiana, he has a day job at Ray Skillman Ford. I think he's the service manager there, and out here doing this with us. And for a while in the season, he was 3rd in points. So it's great to see that there's all kinds of different ways to approach this in competition. And then we see Adrian Lostowski with the CMI car coming out of pit lane. He came from our SGT classes into TA2 and has gotten very good very quick.
Yeah, Adrian's done a phenomenal job in the last 24 months building the team. They're now kind of in the top 3-4 teams here, bringing, I think, 5 cars to most races. Adrian, desperately to see him on the podium. He's had some bad luck, and I'm sure we're going to see him on the podium this year.
Well, he was on the podium at Sebring, of course, and that's a great way to start out the season, but he's still hunting for that second podium finish now. But he's 3rd in the points, right behind Day and Mesa. So.
We saw Stanton Barrett right there with Stanton Barrett, new team to TA2. Stanton Barrett has run Trans Am for a few years, but it's great to have him there, and we love having the new Stanton Barrett Motorsports team out with us, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. But like I said, this is a little bit more laid back. This is kind of their practice. They have qualifying today, and qualifying here is very important because this is a tough track for passing, and you want to make sure that you're up at the front. You almost might want to make sure you're up at the front and driver's right, and we might see some games in qualifying as well. Matt Gray and Patrick Paul coming through here, our garage living section.
This practice session goes down in a hurry. Only about 2 minutes remaining. Helio Mesa is quickest, a 1:27.664. I think that's fast time of the weekend so far, and is almost 3 seconds under the lap record. Mark Miller set it here back in 2019. So a new lap record is definitely going to be set here this weekend, unless the skies open up between now and qualifying.
Tim Carroll at the top right now of practice in Pro-Am, and I tell you, that person right there in the 00 black underwear car does not like to be second to anybody. So Tim Carroll with an M1 chassis, one of our fastest in the Western. So we have Tim Carroll here, J.C. Monet. This is just off the top of my head. Michael LaPaglia from our Western Championship joining us here this weekend. And then also Preston Peebles, kind of new with us. Great to have him out here. Christina Lamb, Olhovsky with Team SL1, Scheibel. Great to have him out here with the Pro-Am. Keith Prochuk with HP Tuners, right now 3rd in the Pro-Am. We had Graham Jacobson with us on the podium at Sonoma. He's now currently 19th in National. But lots of great drivers, so many just great stories in this paddock.
Well, that's the thing that's most exciting about this paddock. There are so many stories every single weekend, and it's also interesting to see where these Trans Am drivers end up in other series around the country. Watching the truck racing last night, how many drivers were in that series. So most evenings, most race weekends, you look at the talent that's moved from this paddock elsewhere, and that's, I think, why Cube 3 is here. And so many of the drivers and the teams here love it here as this foundation for American motorsports.
Well, it's like you said, Cube 3 is behind the build and also behind the wheel, and that connection has just been so valuable for this series, and your ongoing sponsorship is just invaluable. And Nick, I just want to personally thank you for all the work that you do and your company does to make this racing possible for us. We just get to enjoy the spectacle, and it's folks like you behind the scenes providing the financing to make this class of racing the explosion of popularity that it's been. We've got 60 cars here this weekend. This is just unheard of. It's just so fantastic.
Yeah, this is a great field. This is reminds me of 2 or 3 years ago when we had huge fields, and it's great to see that Racing America has achieved such a goal so quickly. since they came on board and Velocity acquiring the series.
We were talking about the stories in the TA2 paddock. We have a friend of ours, Kevin Mooney, that produces a show, Road to Glory, that you can see on Racing America's channel. You can see it on the Racer Network. But he does such a great job of telling the story throughout the Trans Am paddock. And it's great to have. So, we kind of have we have a fantastic racing series. And then this weekend we have Alan Beswick, one of the best, with Andy Petrie in the booth. Everything points to this series just moving up.
That's the other reason I got involved in with the sponsor for Road to Glory as well, because that does tell the background story, not just behind the drivers, but the teams, the mechanics, and how these drivers got there. I learned so much more about what's going on behind the scenes, and I think that elevates everything that we're doing here today.
Yeah, exactly right. There's a Formula edition of Road to Glory as well. And I'm fortunate enough to be the host of that with Kevin. I had a chance to work with him on the first couple episodes of that, and it's just it's such a great revelation. And thanks to Kevin for all the hard work he does, and you too, Ben, on the video side, putting those shows together.
Yeah, but Kevin, it's amazing. The little video work I do, that should be a 6-person crew. And he does it by himself and tells some great stories. So here's our results from practice. Elio Meza at the top, Alon Day second, Ethan Tovo with Nitro Motorsports third, Thomas Merrill with Cope fourth. So we have SLR, we've got Nitro, we've got Cope, all in the top 4. Jackson Tovo with Nitro Motorsports fifth. Noah Harmon with Silver Hair sixth. Adrian Lostowski with Fast Auto. Then Laney Bice with SLR. Tanner Reif. Tanner, that's good. He's doing
impressive.
Good, with Silver Hair. And then Gavin Gleitzman with Fast Auto and Howe. So it's great to see them. Then Tyler Casera, Jace Denmark, Eric Caton, 13th, Gian Buffamonte. Then Tim Carroll at 15th, the first of our Pro-Am. Seamus McKendry, 16th. Joe Federer in 17th. Jared Odrick, second in Pro-Am at 18th. Graham Jacobson, 19th. Keith Prochuk, third in our Pro-Am. Stanton Barrett, 21st. Cale Phillips, Michael LaPaglia, J.C. Monet, Patrick Paul, Jim Gallagher, Preston Peebles, Aiden Dorvey, Christina Lamb, and Matt Gray. That's our top 30. Naz Olhovsky and Brian Scheibel, 31st and 32nd.
And 22 cars in this practice session under the old lap record. How cool is that?
Very impressive.
Nick, thank you so much for joining us, and hope you have a great weekend at Indy.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Enjoy the weekend.
Great to have you with us, Nick. Thank you. Don't go away. We've got the Trans Am class coming up next. Trans Am Cup, and GT classes for their first official practice session of the weekend coming up next.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Gearhead Coffee, presenting sponsor of the Hagerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show, powered by Gearhead Coffee. Gearhead's built on passion and supports enthusiast-driven experiences that connect car culture, motorsports, and passionate communities nationwide. Gearhead Coffee's mission is to serve this amazing industry one cup at a time, fueling memorable experiences both on and off the track. For more information or to place an order, please visit gearheadcoffee.com. One more shout out to our friends at Cube 3. Innovation meets adrenaline with Cube 3 architecture. As title sponsor of the Trans Am TA2 Pro and Pro-Am series, Cube 3 helps power one of North America's most competitive racing platforms. This partnership, years in the making, unites world-class expertise with elite motorsports performance. For the 2026 season, Cube 3 continues to accelerate the growth and future of Trans Am's TA2 series. Cube 3 architecture, bringing design innovation and racing passion together. The big boys coming out on track as the Trans Am class makes its way. We had 10 Trans Am cars here this weekend with the return of Amy Ruman. Want to give a shout out to Amy. She was in the first test session yesterday. They had an engine problem, I understand, and had to replace the motor in that Corvette. So she was not able to take part in the second practice session, and I was so concerned. I thought, oh man, she came back too soon. She's hurting, but she's fine. There she is in the McNichols Corvette, that red number 23. She had a terrible off-season non-race related accident, broke her tibia, damaged her ankle. She's been in multiple surgeries, been through rehab, but Amy's a tough kid, and she will, I shouldn't call her a kid, but Amy's a tough person, and she will get it done for sure, and it's so great to have her back in the paddock. I've known Amy for a million years. Knew her dad, Bob Ruman, of course. He used to race in Trans Am since back in the day, and Amy taking over the mantle of the family business. She's a two-time champion and just one of my favorite people in the paddock, and just want to give a shout out to Amy. This is her first race of the season, and hopefully she'll be with us the rest of the way.
Me as well. Yeah, she's one of my favorite people. She was really the first person to kind of welcome me into the TA side of Trans Am, and I appreciate that. And her mom, Bob, her dad, you know, always great. So it's great to see her out here. Two-time champion, McNichols still on that red Corvette. Love seeing that. And right behind her is my friend John DeGainer.
Yep.
A longtime SVRA competitor that ran in the GT1 series last year and now has moved into TA. Yeah.
And moved up to TA this year in the Speed Dreamin' racing machine. So it's great to have John here. He's going to put a move on Amy here down in turn one, but thinks better of it. Falls back in single file.
Right behind them as they come through this Q3 section is Kaylee Bryson. Kaylee Bryson, new car to her. It's actually Richard Grant's old car. And I asked her if she can be at Road America with us again next weekend. We do have a back-to-back, Indy and Road America, and she can't because she's got one of her USAC races. But first female to win a USAC Silver Crown event is Kaylee Bryson. Very good driver.
And, you know, she's a great testament to the ladder series, if you will. You know, she started out in 2024 in the GT class, won that as a champion, moved up to XGT the following season, won that as a champion. Now she's in the big class, running in TA. So Kaylee has been working her way up the ladder, and as a young 25-year-old lady from Muskogee, Oklahoma, the Logical Systems Chevy Camaro, doing a great job so far this season as well in the big class.
Where are you seeing the spelling? She's not an Okie from Muskogee.
Yeah.
One thing I love about Kaylee Bryson, and we joke about this a lot, like on the winner's circle, is I believe we were at VIR one year, and there she comes through the paddock after a test session like this with her fishing rod.
Yeah.
And she's like, what kind of fish do they have in the lake at VIR? And, you know, there's one at Mid-Ohio.
Yep.
And she's done that as well. So if you follow her on social media, either she's next to a race car or she's holding a bass.
Martin Ragginger setting the early pace here in the number 7 car, the Austrian in the top liner Camaro. David Pinteric second quick, another Ohio-based driver. I'm a little partial since I'm an Ohio guy. David Pinteric in the 57. Bird's Eye View Kreider Racing Mustang. Then Tommy Dreese up into third spot. Again, very early days in this session. In the Trent Shoring, number 8. Ken Sutherland in the number 85, the leader of the Trans Am Cup, as we're racing that here this weekend as well. Second in Trans Am Cup, Jim Guthrie, veteran campaigner, been with us a long time in that number 62 car. And GT1, Brent Goforth. We've got a family affair here. Brent and Bill Goforth joining us in the GT1 ranks this weekend. Brent in the Camaro, Bill in the Corvette. So a family affair, both down from Bill Elliott's hometown, Dawsonville, Georgia.
Nice. Love seeing that. And if you're wondering, Ken Thwaites, who's out there in TA Cup, who is our COO, had to serve a 5-minute penalty. And Tim Richter, our race director, I wonder how that was, going to his boss and saying, you have to sit for 5 minutes for just a small infraction on the track. But Ken, you know, took it in stride, and I saw him come out in the pit lane, and I think he's been released now. But there's Ragginger in that top liner with that Chevy bow tie of Burton Racing, and he is doing very well out here. It's great to have that out here. That's actually the Gen 2 car. They've been developing this car, and the beauty of it, TA's rules, we were talking about this earlier, like the Can-Am series, it's a pretty loose rule book. It's like, oh no, David Pinteric, your friend from Ohio. That's
big hit.
Unfortunate. I believe, is that turn 12 or is that turn 1?
It looks like maybe we'll pull back a little bit. We could get it.
I think it's 12, but no, that's turn 1.
That's a turn 1, yeah.
Shoot.
It looks like a brake lock up there. Either that or he had some help. I'm not sure if we have a replay available, but David Pinteric, you can see the skid marks. And that car got into the barrier. He had an incident not of his own making at Lime Rock that I had a chance to chat with him at the museum. We had a chance to tour the newly remodeled Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum, and I had a chance to chat with David briefly. And I asked him about that Lime Rock incident, and he says, I'm over it. It was a racing deal. Chris Coffey got into him, and it wasn't intentional. It was a wet racetrack, and it was a side-by-side thing, but he got the worst of it, and he was, in a position for a podium there at Lime Rock before that incident, and he was pretty exercised about it. But Dave's a great guy. Got a chance to meet his wife last night, and he's just a wonderful competitor. Been in this paddock a long time.
One of the first I met in the paddock. I'm sad for that because that is how I know David Pinteric, with the red, white, and blue, with the waving flag on the livery of his car. And this is the first event I've been to where he has that David Pinteric look back. And we've torn up some bodywork here. As you see the cars coming into Black Flag, a little bit of housekeeping. If you're joining us either on the SVRA Facebook or on the Racing America YouTube channel, if we get something wrong, you can yell at us in all caps. We'll read what we got wrong, so feel free to yell at us. If you have any information on these drivers or these cars or anything you want us to cover, feel free. Right here, Rusty is saying, is that Paul Menard in second? Yes, it is. That's Paul Menard in that 3GT car with Pittsburgh paints and stains. He is a two-time Trans Am champion. Also the winner of, I think, the 2013 or 14 Brickyard race here in NASCAR, where they turned the other way.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, Menard second in the points, and there's only 6 points between Matthew Brabham and Paul Menard in the battle. Brabham won the first 4 races. Menard finished second in the first 4 races, and then he took the win at Lime Rock Park after Matthew had a problem. So he is right in the hunt in the points championship. Tommy Dreese third in the points table in the number 8 Trent Shoring Camaro. David Pinteric, that we just talking about, fourth on the points table in the 57 Bird's Eye View Kreider Racing Ford Mustang. Simon Gregg and Adam Andretti not here with us this weekend, but Kaylee Bryson next in the order, back in 7th in the 02 LSI Team Weaver Racing Dodge Challenger.
And then you can see that Kreider Racing Ford Mustang. That is such a beautiful car. It looks like the wing in the back might have gotten hit a little bit too, or maybe it's just the angle. You can see the great safety crew out there. He's in the AMR ambulance. They're going to take him in anytime there's any kind of impact. Yeah. You saw him get up and walk into the ambulance, and a lot of the drivers are like, no, I want to stay with my car. But we make them go back there and just get checked up. Happened yesterday with an incident on track. And then our Black Flag rules is if you stay in that left lane, they can release you right away. But if you need to come into the pits, you're going to be released after the left lane cars, the fast lane. But this is a mixed class racing that we need to go through. So there's the TA class, which is like 900 horsepower monsters. Loose rule book. It's an innovation class.
No traction control, no driver aids.
Nothing.
Strictly,
it's driver.
Yep, all down to the driver.
Then you've got the TA Cup, which is kind of in between the TA2 class and the TA class. Very high horsepower, but smaller brakes. And it's got a TA2 body on it. Then you go to the Extreme GT, Super GT, and the GT classes. That's like the GT4, GT3 classes. And you see like the Maserati would be in that green Corvette that's coming up. And then we also have GT1, which is basically older TA cars. The GT1 class in the SCCA, that kind of became the TA class. So you see some cars out here in the GT1 class, and we're going to see quite a few next weekend at Road America.
While the cleanup continues, let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with you for more practice from the Trans Am Series here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere, on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Skillman Auto Group is a premier automotive dealership group committed to exceptional service, quality vehicles, and community engagement. Built on a legacy of trust, integrity, and customer-first values, Skillman Auto Group delivers an elevated automotive experience while supporting the communities it serves. Skillman Auto Group and Ray Skillman Ford, the official safety car of Racing America. Ticers Live provides specialized insurance solutions for the global entertainment and sport industries. They support over 250 annual grassroots and professional racing events. Ticers Live, the official insurance broker and risk management company of Racing America. For those of you here at the racetrack, remember, visit garages 25 and 26, where you can climb into racing cockpits and drive a scale model race car around a live track, watching the feed straight from the car. This is not a video game. Real force feedback, real competition, and a leaderboard timing every lap. No experience is necessary, anything from kids to grandparents. It's called POV racing. You see exactly what the car sees live. You're driving a 1/10 scale race car on a physical track, not a screen simulation. You feel the force feedback from the steering wheel and the burst of speed when you step on the pedal. Every driver gets a live lap time. It's open to fans today and Sunday. Once again, the VBR Race Zone, presented by ICOS Racing. That's in garages 25 and 26. Welcome back to Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and this session is over. Unfortunately, the cleanup taking a little longer than the time we have remaining for this very quick 20-minute practice session leading up to qualifying later this afternoon. So we're going to send the cars back to the paddock. We'll see them next when they come out this afternoon for their qualifying session at 4:55 this afternoon. That will set the grid for tomorrow's races. The Cube 3 Architecture race first out tomorrow, as we'll have the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series. The broadcast begins at 9:30 tomorrow. The green flag on or about 10:10 tomorrow afternoon. Alan Bestwick and Andy Petrie, of course, will have the call on that race. And then later in the day, after the lunch break, we'll have the fan walk starting at about 1:30, the broadcast will, leading up to the 2:15 start of the Trans Am TA Cup and GT class race. Both races, 42 laps or 75 minutes, whichever comes first. And again, Alan Bestwick and Andy Petrie will have the call on both of those races tomorrow morning, starting at 9:30, and then in the afternoon at 1:30. In the interim, I'll be on the call for the Formula Regional Americas Championship races. Zach Furry, one of our drivers in the F4 US Championship, will be joining me on the commentary for the Formula Regional Americas Championship race number 2 on the weekend, coming up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then again at 12:10 for their finale. And then Ben and I will be back with you at the end of the day tomorrow for the last 3 of our SVRA races, groups 6, 8, and 12, 5, 7, and 11B, and then we round out the day with the historic Stock Car Association sprint race. All of that, unfortunately, may be altered by the weather forecast, which doesn't look very good at the end of the day tomorrow. But keep sending good thoughts to the weather people, and let's hope we have a dry weekend the rest of the way. But just a quick rundown of the times. Martin Raginger was quickest in this session in the number 7 top liner Chevrolet. Paul Menard second quick in the number 3 PPG Menard's Mustang. Tommy Dreese in the Trent Shoring Camaro in the number 8 was third. David Pinterick, prior to his incident, was fourth quick in the number 57 Bird's Eye View Kreider Racing Mustang. Chris Dyson rounding out the top 5 in the number 20 Racer and Jim Soda machine. As you can see the times here up on your screen. His teammate Matthew Brabham, the points leader, 6th in the order. Amy Ruman on her return, 7th quickest in the early going here. John DeGainer in the number 4 Speed Dreamin' machine in the 8th spot. Cole Moore, one of our West Coast competitors. Shout out to his dad, involved in a small airplane incident a few days ago, and he's in recovery mode. We all had a chance to give him a shout out at the museum tour on Thursday night. So John Moore, quick recovery to you, my friend. Ken Sutherland rounding out the top 10 in the number 85, the first of our TA Cup drivers. Kaylee Bryson in the 02 was 11th. Jim Guthrie in the 62. Brent Goforth was 13th in the 98. Bill Goforth, those are our 2 GT1 competitors in a family affair. David Konicki, another one of our Trans Am Cup drivers. Zach Arnold, Boris said. Boris back in the cockpit. He has been known to be in the commentary booth as well. He worked alongside in the commentary at our Lime Rock event. Patrick Utt in the number 49 SGT car. Matthew Butson in the 51 in 19th. Adrian Listowski back in 20th position in the 6 car. And then the balance of the field, Milton Grant in the Porsche, number 15 and 21st. Tim Gray, Derek Carter, Brian Gluck in one of the GT cars. Phil Fogg Jr., Ken Thwaites, Chris Coffey, and Dana Blackhurst rounding out the 28-car field. Again, this was practice. Next up is qualifying coming up this afternoon, as they'll take the track at 4:55 to set the grid for tomorrow's race. See, the cleanup's just about done, but we've got more SVRA racing coming your way. Groups 5, 7, and 11 sports racers and prototypes coming up in just about 5 minutes' time. Stay with us from the racing capital of the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, for the Brickyard Invitational, brought to you by Racing America.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere, on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Welcome back to the racing capital of the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as our next SVRA race getting underway. These are for groups 5, 7, and 11. These are sports racers and prototypes. And we've got a big 32-car field. This is our largest SVRA field of the weekend. It'll be in 2 waves. The more contemporary cars, the Radicals and the Rushes, will be in the second wave, and then the more historic cars will be in the front 20 positions. Let's quickly run through the order. We've got a whole bunch of Rushes in the field, but starting at the very back in the 32nd is the 40 Vintage Sports 2 Swift DB2 of Jack Freoff. Bob Lima next in the order in the number 27 Chevron B19 2-liter sports car. Tyson Schweiso in the number 92 Rush SR alongside Jeff Hardesty in the 128 in another Rush. Mark Hannafin in that Nuart Can-Am replica, the number 47 next in the order, followed by John Beal in the number 5 Rush. Michael Neff in the 199 Rush alongside Ethan Hardesty in the 115 Rush. Then the 13 of Nico Bratz in a Rush. Jordan Musser in the 106 Rush. Then the 56 of Ryan Leach in his Rush. Then the Radical of Philip Lewis in the number 20 car. Then in the first wave, we'll have Tom Gruna in the Group 7 Relco Can-Am replica, the number 7A. Brent Rubinek, in the number 27 Historic Sports 2 Lola T492. Jim Chanel in car number 14, a Lola T8990. Tom Kane in the 51 Taiga SC83. Angelo Savoia in the number 85 Taiga SC80. Vince Lamana in the number 23 Taiga Linkspeed SC80. In row 7, the 85 of Gavin Clark in his Swift DB2. Mark Coombs in the number 77 Lola T9090. Noah Arundel in the number 3 Carver CS2. Another Carver alongside is the 7 of Joseph Moran. In row 5, the 79 of Nate Scigliano in his Lola T9090. And Payman Autad in the number 11 Swift DB2. Jim Ozinga is in the number 58 Lola T8990, and Brian Gernert in the number 17 Swift DB2. Mark S. Clark in row 3 in the number 15 Swift DB5, and Henry Payne the 5th in the number 13 Lola T90. Samuel Payne in the number 16 Lola Sport 2000. Henry Payne in the number 90 Lola 90. Edward Gunther on the front row in the number 2 Carver, and your pole sitter, the number 524 of Robert Dusek III in his 1990 Lola T9090. Historic Sports 2000 cars, a couple Trans Am replicas thrown in from Group 7, and then a whole bunch of Group 11 modern contemporary track day cars, Radicals, and predominantly the Rush SR.
Yeah, huge field of cars here. Love seeing this. These Sports 2s, always some of the best racing. That's a racer class because they're just 2-liter engines. It's a very kind of a spec class, and if you like close racing like you're racing a go-kart, as they come down to take the green at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, SVRA Group 5A, 7, and 11B, and there we go. It looks like Edward Gunther gets a really good start over Robert Dusek III as they come down into this Cube 3 section. Look at that, almost 6-7 wide at some points.
Yeah, Gunther in that red Carber on the outside, and then Dusek in the gray number 524 Lola T9090 as they work their way through turn number 2. And then you can see the Payne family. We talked about the Barons in the Formula Vs. The Paynes are the same way in historic S2. And then here comes the second wave with that big Group 7 Relco Can-Am, the orange number 7. Or 7A of Tom Grunna way out in front. But then behind him, the whole clutch of these sports racers. The little Rushes almost look like go-karts. They're so tiny.
Love those cars.
Yeah, with a 1-liter motorcycle motor in the back. They are definitely fun to watch. But here's a pretty good sample of the kind of racing you're going to see in these Spec 2 races as the 17 and the 11 go side by side. Payman Altad in the 11, the 17.
Dusek back up front.
Yeah, Dusek's back up front, the pole sitter, as he takes over the top spot with the number 2 of Edward Gunther in second spot in the Carver.
We see Philip Lewis there in that Radical second in this group. I always ask him where he came from because he comes from all over the world to come to these races. Bangkok, Thailand is where he came from. He usually wins our award for the most miles traveled to get to a race.
Good for him. Good battle there between the number 3 of Noah Arundel and his white Carver. And then right behind him, the number 40 car of Jack Freehoff in the Swift DB2. But back at the front, it is Dusek, the pole sitter, in the lead in that number 524 Lola T9090. And then the Carver, the more contemporary. The Lola's a 1990, obviously. The Carver, a 2017. Lola's numbering system, the 90 is the year, and then the 90 after the slash is for a Sports 2000 design. So that's how Lola does their chassis numbering.
You were talking about the Paynes, who is a father, son, and son. We also have a father-son out there with Mark Clark and Gavin Clark, both in the S2000s, the vintage cars. And then these Rushes out of Houston, Texas. Just a really fun class of cars. We got to spin at 1.
Didn't catch the number before he went around, but one of the Rushes has looped it in turn 1, just waiting for a gap in the action. That's the 115. Let me scroll down to my list here. That's Ethan Hardesty out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Jeff Hardesty out of Scottsdale, also in the field in the 128. So that's another family affair, I'm sure. I don't know them personally. I don't know if they're brothers or father-son.
Henry Payne the 4th. Catching Gunther. This is going to be quite the battle in these S2000s. Another class kind of like Formula V. These are usually the 2-liter Ford Pinto engines, which were readily available back in the day.
Yep.
And like I said, this was a racer's class. And back in the day in the SCCA, you could have fields of 70 of these things.
You can see the Paynes with that very unique livery, the blue, the yellow, and red, and they're in different sequence on each of the cars to separate the cars. This is from which is which, but they all have that same tricolor color scheme.
Ooh, Mark S. Clark coming to make a pass there.
Gets it done on the blue, number 87. Or excuse me, that was Payman Altad in the number 11 that Clark went around. That's the battle for 6th position, so Mark S. Clark taking over that spot.
We saw Brian Gernert there in the number 17, 2 white S2000s.
Dusek beginning to stretch his advantage a little bit. The battle is on for second. So you've got the 2 of Gunther, excuse me, and then the 90 of Henry Payne, sorry. I get the Paynes confused.
They come through the Mission Food section, the twisty bits of the track, and they come up on really one of the only places of the track that's banked. Is right here at 12. Just a little bit of banking. For the rest of the track, we stay off of the banking.
That's turn 2 of the oval. As the cars come off of turn 13 there, just past the pit entrance, and then the final turn again back up on the banking right at the entrance to turn number 1 on the oval.
That number 23 of Vincent Lamana.
See the 14 car there of Jim Chanel in his Lola. Right behind Chanel, Nate Scigliano in the number 79, Vincent Lamana in the 23. Giving chase just behind in that black and red Taiga.
And you will see them using the draft in this class. And so there's going to be a lot of passes here at Cube 3 turn 1 or at the Mission Foods turn 7 because of the draft.
Yeah. Payman Altad and Noah Arundel going after it for 8th position right now. Altad in the blue car with the advantage, and then Arundel right behind him in the white Carber. And then right behind him is Brian Gernert in the number 17, a Swift DB2.
So important to get a good run out of that stack chicane section to try to get behind somebody and draft. There's Mark S. Clark in that Porsche livery S2. Love that car.
Brent Gernert right behind him in the red number 40 Swift DB2. David Brunn's second car for the Swift factory back in the day. And it sounds like a yellow flag may be in our future as the pace car is being asked to stand up, as we must have a car off course somewhere out on track. Sounds like it's at turn 1. They're asking the pace car to stay to the right as they get down to turn 1. But Robert Dusek will be bringing them down the road into the view of our safety car. Edward Gunther there in second. Henry Payne in third. Fourth is Samuel Payne in the 16. Fifth is Henry Payne the 5th in the 13. So the Paynes lined up in sequence. Then Mark S. Clark in that. We understand it's the 20 car that's gone around. Philip Lewis in the Radical has had a spin at turn 1. There he is off to the outside of turn number 1 and got off into the grass and unable to get the car refired. These prototype cars obviously so low to the ground. If you get off into the grass, you're pretty much stuck because it's going to get high centered on the underbody aerodynamics.
Fast Ginger is saying good luck to all the Paynes out there. We grew up around all the Paynes and the late Henry Payne and his huge Porsches here in West Virginia. So thanks for joining us. Show the rushes is what they're saying. Yeah, let's show the rushes. I like these rush cars. There goes one right there at turn 1. But thanks for joining us here in the comments. If we get something wrong, please feel free to yell at us in all caps. If you have some good information on any of these cars or drivers, feel free to share that. We'll do whatever we can. And tell us where you're watching from. Who are you rooting for?
Ben loves to be yelled at.
I do.
So, yeah, just chime in. Let us know if we're doing something wrong.
If you're a motorsports fan, it's fun to yell at the commentators. And here, we'll take it. Usually you're just doing it by yourself in your house watching TV. But here, if we get something wrong, make sure you tell us. Because we do want to be correct. And somebody did correct me earlier today, and I appreciate that.
We're talking about the late Henry Payne and his collection of Porsches. I can remember back in the day at Mid-Ohio, my home track, the Paynes would be there in force, and Henry would have a half a dozen different Porsche prototypes of one type or another that he brought out. And we miss him, and we miss that collection of cars. But the family is still well represented here in Group 5.
Lights are coming off of the pace car as they come around here with that beautiful Ray Skillman pace car. I'm hoping we can show some of the Rush racing as well. Leave a comment. What's your favorite Rush song? In the comment section. Every time I hear Rush at the racetrack, I have a Rush song in my head for the rest of the day, which is not a bad thing.
Smoke on the Water, is that your go-to?
Deep Purple.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. My bad.
Oh, man. I'm a drummer, so all the Rush songs are my go-to songs.
I hear you.
Here they come down to the green.
Showing my musical ignorance here.
No, I thought you were trying to catch me at something. That's what you got to say. You're trying to see how big of a Rush fan I really am.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Green flag is in the air once again, and our leader, Robert Dusek, from the pole. He and Edward Gunther had a good little battle at the front, and then Dusek able to draw away. That metallic gray Lola T9090. He qualified over a second in front of the rest of the field, so that car's a little more equal than the others. Go ahead.
The Paynes having a run here at Cube 3, Turn 1, but I'm getting some good information from KC Blues. Jeff Hardesty is Ethan's father.
Thank you.
Thank you, comment section.
There you go. That's the kind of news we like to see.
Yeah. Look at this. Here's the rushes.
You asked for the rushes. The lead rush, let me check my list here, is Ryan Leach in the number 56 and Jordan Musser in the 106 right behind him. That's the battle for 20th overall. Leach in the black rush, Jordan Musser in the white. We've got a Taiga in between, Angelo Savoia. The red Taiga as the 77 goes around. Mark Coombs in his Lola. It's right at turn 7. Looks like he's still running. Yeah, he's just waiting for an opportunity to get the car turned around. The corner workers will give him a point to let him know that the traffic has cleared. And there he goes, but he'll be working his way up from the back.
There's that red Gildan Rush out there, and I've been following him on Facebook this weekend. They're putting up some great content on Facebook. Not sure the driver's name. I'll try to find out. He's this, I think it's the red car in the back here.
John Beal is in a red rush if it's the number 5. Can't tell the number from that shot.
But just like any other SVRA racing, it's pack racing. So there's a grid battle, for the front 5 and then the mid 5 and then the back 5. And there's, you're always going to find somebody to race with and to have fun with out here on the track, as we're seeing right now, as we see a local yellow displayed there at turn 1.
That's the lead rush, that black number 56 of Ryan Leach, just working his way around Jim Chanel in number 14, Sports 2000.
He was able to set a pick with these two S2s, and the rushes kind of got away from each other here. So he is liking that, and let's see if these other two rushes can work together, try to catch back up to that lead rush.
Just saw it disappear from the bottom of the shot, that orange Can-Am replica, the Relco, that orange one. Then we've got a Nuart, the yellow one, a little deeper in the pack. But there's your rush leader. That is one of the most affordable track day cars you can buy, by the way. So if you've got a hankering to get behind the wheel, that's the way to do it. Jordan Musser in the 106 with Nico Bratz in the 13A doing battle with him. He's there right behind the 14 of Jim Chanel in that Lola. There goes the 106 of Musser around him.
We have a question here from Snow G Den. I thought Trans Am was here. You just missed Trans Am practice, but the Trans Am races are all are on Sunday. The Cube 3 Architecture and TA Sunday tomorrow. But we have qualifying later today. That was a pass there for turn 1, wasn't it?
Indeed. The number 11 getting around the 77.
Holman Altad.
Yep. Altad. Brian Gernert right behind him in the white Swift, number 17.
524. We have a question. Is Robert Dusek III currently leading the race? But he's got some contenders right behind him.
Dusek out of Solbury, Pennsylvania. It's a pretty tasty battle. The number 7 car leading this group. Joseph Moran, Jim Mozinga just behind him in the 58, Tom Kane in the 51. As those three having a nice battle for 11th, 12th, and 13th.
I appreciate you saying tasty battle through the Mission Food section.
Absolutely. They're going too fast through there.
Too fast, too tasty, yeah.
You're welcome, Juan. We're happy to do your bidding for you.
Yeah.
There's Brent Gernert in that number 40 Swift DB2. Back to the Paynes as they continue their battle. Samuel and Henry there, 4th and 5th. Henry the 5th, I should say, in 5th. How fitting that is. And Henry Payne in the 90, just in front of them. Just behind that battle, that's Payman Autad in that blue number 11 Swift, with Joseph Moran just behind him in the 7, and Jim Wazinga.
Somebody on the roof of the pagoda is saying that Red Barchetta is their best Rush song. That's a great one. You know about
there you go.
Geddy Lee going to his uncle's barn and pulling a red Ferrari out, having some fun. That's a good choice for today.
Musical trivia brought to you by Ben Sissel, ladies and gentlemen.
Something about racing and guitars. They kind of go hand in hand.
They do indeed. Yeah, they do indeed.
I like the lines of that number 11 car there. That's a 1986 Swift DB2. It's not so. It's a little more bubbly, more like a British-looking design.
Yeah. The Lolas had that very similar, bubbles on the front, over the front wheels,
I like that.
And the long bodywork at the end. The DB2 kind of developed that very early on, and the Carber adopted that same sort of bodywork in the more contemporary S2s, realizing that reduced the drag. They're not permitted wings per se.
Yeah.
There's a little gurney flap at the back of the bodywork, but that's about all.
And you'll see some of them run like a Lexan strip down the side.
Yep.
Just for some added stability.
Yeah, especially on the Carbers. That's a very popular thing. John Fergus, of course, a racer of great repute, winning the Carber Pro Series, I think 7 times in the Carber.
There's Jeff Hardesty out there for Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day, Jeff. Beating up on Ethan.
Somebody said Jeff Hardesty's livery is 2112, which was a Rush album. I haven't seen that yet. Oh, yeah, you see it there on the...
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I got to go talk to that guy.
Yeah, there you go. Find him.
Yeah.
Ask him if he needs a drummer in his band.
As they come down. We had a lot of Rushes join us last year as well, and they fit really well here at Indy. Seems like a good track for them. Oh, and somebody's going off, taking the shortcut at 1.
Yeah, a little
must be a mechanical.
Out of the back of that car. Maybe he realizes he's got a problem. As there's that Relco Can-Am, the 7A. Tom Gruna in that Relco. There's a Nuart Can-Am, the yellow Can-Am car, Mark Hannafin in the 47. A little bit of mist coming out of the back of that one as well.
Looks like kind of designed to resemble like a McLaren M8F.
Yep, and that's exactly what they are. They are a contemporary realization of those single-seat Can-Am cars back in the day. These are both, the two in this field are both 2007 vintage, so they're not, quote, real vintage Can-Am cars, but built to the same kind of specification with modern safety equipment.
Eric W. says, them little cars look like something that escaped from a theme park, like the cars that you drive, and then...
Bumper cars?
Yeah, and we have a Closer to the Heart from Mark Gilbert, who's saying that's his favorite Rush song. Every track on 2112 is excellent. I agree, Eric W.
Tom Kane continuing his great battle with Jim Ozinga in the number 58. Is that pair of vintage sports 2000s. Kane in a Taiga SC83. Ozinga in a Lola 8990.
Bazinga? Like
Huizinga.
Sheldon?
It's Huizenga. Huizinga.
A 4-second gap up front, but we're following the races. Like there's a 4-second gap up front, so we're going to stay with the close group racing here in SVRA, because sometimes in SVRA, the battle for 20th and 22nd, those drivers may be having the most fun on track, and we love that.
Yeah, the battle we're watching is for like 10th position. Joseph Moran in the yellow Carver, the number 7, right there just turning in. And then right behind him, the 51 of Tom Kane. Jim Huizinga in the 58, and then Tom Grunna in that Relco Can-Am replica.
This is quite the battle here, though.
Oh, and the Paynes going after it again. Henry the 5th and Samuel going side by side. Henry the 5th taking that spot. That's for 4th overall. The 16 is Samuel. Henry the 5th in the 13.
I asked them yesterday on our Facebook, will you give anything to your dad for Father's Day weekend? And both of them said, if he's in my draft, I will.
Tough crowd, man.
Yeah.
Tough crowd for Father's Day.
Look at these two brothers going at it here into Mission Foods turn 7.
A little squirmy under the brakes is the 13 of Henry the 5th.
Brakes are starting to get hot.
Yep. And the track is warming up a little too. Ambient is just about 70 degrees here. We've been close to the 80s for the past couple days, so it's a little cooler today than we've seen. But as you can see, bright sunshine on the racetrack. That's going to heat the pavement up for sure. As they bend it into the pit entrance turn, if you will, turn number 12.
Somebody's saying that they live, Mr. GameCube lives not too far from IMS. Well, come on out, dude. It's $20. You can't even go to a movie for that. And if you do this RC car thing here, that's worth the price of admission as the white flag is out, John.
That white flag, last lap. Dusek with a 4.5 second lead out in front. And then Edward Gunther in the second spot. In this battle with the Paynes, Henry in the 90 is way out in front. This battle for 4th is some 11 seconds behind the top 3. As we watch Henry the 5th in the number 13 and Samuel in the 16 going after it for 4th and 5th place.
Man, I really hope they get to a Henry the 8th.
They probably will if they keep it up.
Yeah.
Here's the 27. That's the 2-liter sports racer, Bob Lima. That's Chevron B19.
Bob Lima. He's awesome. I love Bob Lima. Bob Lima has the Smothers Brothers Formula B.
There you go. This is his Chevron. Very similar to a Sports 2000, but built to a different specification. That was raced in Europe, basically.
Another car Brian Redmond cut his teeth with.
Yep, no question.
So here's that white flag. They're trying to see where Dusek is.
I think that was Dusek right there.
There he was,
comes over close to the pit wall, saluting his crew as he takes the win in a comfortable fashion over Edward Gunther. Margin of victory just over 4 seconds. And Henry Payne in the number 90. The multicolored livery.
The pylon saw the checkered flag before the flagger did.
There you go. Yeah, that long shot is kind of, the starter stand is about halfway down this pit straightaway, but from that shot, they
look side by side.
Makes it look like they're side by side. The pylon's pretty well upstream. And here comes that battle we've been watching with the 7A of Tom Grunna taking the position in 10th, the last car in the top 10. Joseph Moran right behind him.
So there's our first rush, correct? The black rush?
That is correct. Ryan Leach in the number 56 rush. And then 2 rushes going side by side. Nico Bratz pips Jordan Musser at the line. Nico Bratz takes second spot in the rush class. In the red Radical rush. And then Jordan Musser in the 106 white one finishes third. Fourth amongst the rushes. We got to go way down the order. There's that New Arch Can-Am, the yellow one, just passing the line. The 47 of Mark Hannafin. John Beal and Nate Scigliano cross the line just behind him in 23rd and 24th. I think that's the last of the field. So we'll do a quick recap of the top 3 in our contested classes. In the 5A Sports 2 class, Robert Dusek III takes the win overall, and in that class, in the number 524 Lola, Edward Gunther in the number 2 Carver finishing second. Henry Payne in the number 90 Lola takes the bronze medal. In the 5 Historic Sports 2000, the 51 of Tom Kane takes the win in his Taiga. Angelo Savoia in the number 85 Taiga finishing second. Brent Rubinek in the number 27 Lola takes third place honors. And let's see, in the other contested class, in the Vintage Sports 2000s, it's the number 40 of Brent Gernert taking the win in the red Swift DB2. Payman Autad in the number 11 Swift finishing second. Vincent Lamana takes the bronze medal in the number 23 Taiga. And let's see, the only other contested class is the Group 7 Can-Am replica class. The 7A of Tom Grunna, the orange one, takes the win over the yellow Nuart Can-Am of Mark Hannafin, number 47. And finally, in the Rush class, the 11B PS4 category, Ryan Leach takes the win in the black number 56. Nico Bratz pips Jordan Musser at the line to take the second place honors. In the 13A, Jordan Musser takes the bronze in the 106. There's a full field rundown for you. Jim Chanel just behind them with Vincent Lamana, Michael Neff, and Gavin Clark. Jack Freehoff and Ethan Hardesty takes the win over his dad, Jeff, a little further down the order. John Beal in one of the rushes, Nate Scigliano, and then Angelo Savoia and Tyson Schweissel a lap down. Brett Rubinek with a problem finishing a couple laps down. Same story for Mark Coombs, Brian Gernert, and Philip Lewis with a problem early on. More racing yet to come as we have got the muscle cars coming up next. Group 6, Group 8, and Group 12. Don't go away as we've got a full day of vintage racing here from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'm John Phippen alongside Ben Sissel. We'll be right back.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology And that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust NextGen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust NextGen to protect your car every day. Find NextGen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere, on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Cube 3 Architecture is proud to serve as the exclusive architectural partner and title sponsor of the Trans Am TA2 National and Western Series. A nationally recognized design firm, Cube 3 is committed to shaping environments and supporting talent both behind the build and behind the wheel. Driven by creativity, performance, and precision, their passion for design mirrors their passion for racing. Cube 3 Architecture, proud title sponsor of the 2026 Trans Am TA2 Series. Garage Living transforms garages into high-performance, fully customized spaces that reflect the passion of automotive enthusiasts everywhere. Driven by precision, craftsmanship, and attention to detail, just like in racing, Garage Living creates spaces worthy of what you love to drive. The official garage makeover company of Racing America. Check out their display on next to the Trans Am hauler. They're on 6th Avenue. Welcome back to Indianapolis Motor Speedway as we've got our next SVRA race group coming out. This is for groups 6, 8, and 12. Group 8. At the back, the number 28, number 74 of Chris Bonk in his Datsun 510. Christopher Schumacher in the number 59 Dodge Neon ACR. Next to him, another Neon, the 31 of Stephen Hyatt. Then we go up to the 25th position, the 11 of Volkswagen Rabbit of Tyler Cuneo. Then Jim Linehan in the number 3 Porsche 914-6. Trent Thompson in the number 9 Chevy Corvette. Then the 200 of Mark Davis in his Shelby GT350. Lenny Stahn in the 894 Porsche 911. The 71 of Steve Whiteholt in the Chevrolet Corvette. Alex Lozano is in the number 98 Group 8 Mazda RX-7. Then a Group 12 car, Steve Smith in the 14 black Chevy Corvette. Clay Hargett in the number 34 white Ford Mustang. Rick Ortman in the red number 26 Corvette. Mike Gorman in the number 64 BMW M3. Daniel Slickenmeyer in the number 71 Ford Mustang. Another Group 8 car is John Putnam in the 89 Mazda RX-7. Bill Skillman in the 3A orange Porsche 911. Scott Shadell in the blue number 36 Chevy Camaro from Group 6. Then another Group 12 car, the 914 of Douglas Switzer. in a Porsche 914-6. Ronald Pauly in a number 21 BMW. Steve Yarborough in the number 76 Chevrolet Corvette. We saw him earlier in his Swift Formula Continental. Jim Scott in the number 85 Porsche 911 RS, the quickest of the Group 6 cars. The top 6 are all from Group 12. Brian Leary in the number 62 BMW. Michael Browning in the number 67 BMW. Colin Cohen in the number 38 Maserati Trofeo GT4. Seb Coppola in the number 288 Ferrari 458 Challenge. And on the front row, the number 30 of Jack Switzer in his 1971 Porsche 911, and Derek Carter in the 24 Ford Mustang GT500. We'll see Derek in the GT class in the Trans Am race. Qualifying a little later this afternoon, the race tomorrow.
Well, John, we have another celebrity joining us in our comments. Cole Trickle from the great movie Days of Thunder. And he says, have they raced the NASCAR class yet? We have, but we're doing another one here after lunch today. So look out for that. But Derek Carter leads the field with another Group 12 1971 Porsche 911 next to him. But Derek, if he gets a good jump, should beat the Porsche to turn 1. But the Porsche will have better brakes.
Cole, that race you're looking for will be at 3:10 this afternoon. Tune in for that one. Coming to the line, Derek Carter and Jack Switzer in the Porsche. Carter in the Mustang GT500, and the green flag flies. Right behind them, the multicolored Ferrari of Seb Coppola. As they work their way down into turn number 1, and Derek Carter letting no grass grow under his feet as he is out in front. Then the Ferrari, the white Ferrari of Coppola, sweeps in front of Jack Switzer in the number 30 Porsche.
Steve Yarborough, first of our Group 6 there in that number 76 Corvette.
And Michael Browning in that multicolored number 67 BMW.
I got to see that car up close. That is a cool livery on that BMW.
Yeah, according to the owner, Michael Browning, that's a BMW M3 GT Pour, as in P-O-O-R. And the Ferrari now going after the Porsche as Coppola and Switzer going side by side. Coppola with the inside line. Switzer's going to try to stay tough around the outside, cuts the nose off that Ferrari, and Switzer hangs on to the position. We talked about it earlier, but Steve Yarborough has been to every race so far this season. He's been to Sebring, he's been to Road Atlanta, he's been to
Sonoma,
and then
NOLA,
then Elkhart Lake, and now here at Indianapolis.
Mid-Ohio last weekend.
Had
a great race at the end of Mid-Ohio last weekend.
Indeed he did, yeah.
At the Porsches here, look at that Porsche 914 with that big scoop, and then Ron Pauly in that BMW. Scott Shadle in that blue Camaro. Yarborough around.
Commentator's curse. We talked about him, and around he goes.
Here comes Steve Smith, who has also done every event and plans to do every event with us this year, following Rick Ortman there in the red Corvette. And Yarborough now has to give up his lead in Group 6.
Yeah, he's tumbling down the order, just waiting for an opportunity to get that car pointed back in the right direction. Going 3 wide, a little deeper in the pack. One of the Mustangs working his way forward. That might be Schlickenmeyer.
Alex Lozano out there in a 1984 Mazda RX-7. Where's my Wankel fans?
There is the 69 of Lozano going around that car. Lozano back in the 13th position. And Rick Ortman in the red Corvette. We got a couple of 914-6s. Douglas Switzer in the 914 with the big air scoop just behind the roll bar. The 85 Porsche is Jim Scott, number 85. Right in front of him is Ronald Pauly and the number 21 BMW. Scott Shadell in the 36 Camaro.
Brian Leary behind them.
Yep. Leary in the 62 BMW 235 IR. That number 36 of Shadell's a beautiful car. He's raced that for a long time in vintage competition.
Yeah, he was with us in May at Road America.
I call that Robin's Egg blue.
Yeah, I like it. It's a pretty blue, but he does usually about 6 or 8 events with us a year.
Yep. Just in front of him, Paulie having a good battle with Jim Scott in that white Porsche. Paulie on the inside. Scott with a little more straight line speed is going to try to sweep around the outside. And he's going to take the position. That's Jim Scott up into 5th. Right behind him, Chadell. And that multicolored number 62 of Brian Leary. It's the battle for 7th and 8th. As they make their way out of the little chicane there at turns 5 and 6, and then on to the Holman straight.
Love the look of that white Porsche RS.
Yeah.
In the Mission Foods turn 7 right now. I love that era of Porsche.
Well, the 1973 911 RS is considered by many aficionados to be the most desirable 911 of all time. Mechanical fuel injection, lightweight bodywork, plexiglass windows, everything to make it lighter.
Fatal, you came close there, but I appreciate you not hitting my mission sign. He tried to.
For those of you who don't know, Ben is the one who puts all of these signs up around the racetrack. He's here on Wednesday and Thursday getting all the advertising out. Ben is the unsung hero of our paddock here. Oh, and Scott goes wide.
Man, we keep doing this to ourselves, John.
Every time we talk about somebody, it's, like I say, that's why they call it the commentator's curse.
Somebody's correcting us. I don't know which one of us, but we called Shadle's car a Chevelle, and it's a Camaro. So sorry about that. Yeah.
Of course, yes.
Sometimes,
Sometimes you open your mouth and the wrong words come out.
Or my medicine has run out. Anything could happen.
Exactly right. And get a good shot of the mission banners. Every one of them lovingly placed by Ben Sissel. With a big water bag.
You were helping us out with the banners as well.
I was, yes indeed.
So here we go. Shadle with Ron Pauly behind him. A lot of BMWs here this weekend. I like seeing that.
And Leary in that 62 BMW just behind them. Jim Scott has got the pace in that number 85 Porsche. Let's see how he's doing compared to the cars in front of him. About the same pace as Michael Browning, but Michael's about 3 seconds up the road.
Derek Carter, the leader, is also doing well with us this season in the Trans Am Series. Been on the podium with me at Sebring, and I believe rode Atlanta.
Right.
And he's got 2 different Mustangs that he brings out with us. And then Seb Coppola, we saw him in the Formula 5000 earlier, out there in that Porsche 458 that he runs with SVRA or International GT.
That would be a Ferrari.
Oh, what did I say, Porsche?
Oh,
see? Yeah,
see,
thanks.
Like I said, the wrong words
I love it.
Yeah. Derek Carter is in second spot. Jack Switzer in the number 30 Porsche is well out in front of this battle. So that's the battle for second and third. Carter in the Mustang with Seb Coppola.
Here's our leader.
Chase. There's your leader, the number 30 of Jack Switzer.
So what does that have in it? Like a 3-liter twin plug? What would that have to be taking that Mustang?
That's a 1971 Porsche 911.
Yeah,
I'm guessing it's been transplanted with something maybe a little more potent.
Couldn't tell by the sound if I hear a big turbo in there.
Yeah.
Chris Bonk here. Here we go, Chris. In Group 8, B Sedan, 1971 Datsun 510. Love seeing the B Sedans out there.
Yep, he's being gobbled up. It was such a revelation to me when we were out at Sonoma. It was the first time I made the trip to the West Coast Series. And the Datsun 510s are thick on the ground out there. And there must have been 20 of them in the field. And we see 1 or 2 in this part of the country.
But I got to give my props. Chris Bonk does a lot of the graphic design, a lot of the work for another great club, VSCDA. And I follow them on Facebook. I've been to many of their events, great events. But Chris does a lot of the design, illustration, advertising for them. So I like seeing him out here.
And Chris goes a lap down in that BRE livery, number 74.
Oh, and here come the Neons.
Yeah, they're going to be next in the order. Christopher Schumacher and Stephen Hyatt battling. Chris is in the white number 59. Stephen is in the black number 31.
Love seeing those out here. They had a lot of fun with us last year in the rain. Neons have a little bit of an advantage in the rain.
We've got a change for position there as that little off-course excursion that we saw with Jim Scott has allowed Michael Browning to get by him in the BMW. So we'll see if Scott can run Browning down and retake that position. But Ron Pauly right behind him. This is for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Yeah, Scott's a little off the pace. I think he might have developed an issue, as Pauly has been able to draft by him, and then Shadell in the Camaro just behind him. And he's got company in Douglas Switzer in that 914 with the big air scoop over the engine compartment. That's the 6-cylinder 914, the 914-6 with the 2-liter Boxer 6 in the back.
And it looks Douglas and Jack Switzer have similar liveries on their Porsches.
I'm guessing they are related, yes.
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe a father-son here on Father's Day weekend.
Good question.
Maybe our comment section can tell us. What group are the Neons? Great question there. Group 12B MP3 from the Minivan Racer. What kind of minivan are you racing? But we have a little bit of everything. We have air-cooled rear-engine cars. We have a rotary car out there. We have front-engine rear-wheel drive. We have front-wheel drive cars out there. Just a little bit of everything here in SVRA Group 6, 8, and 12. And if I look through here just real quickly, the oldest car looks to be from 1966. The Shelby GT350 of Mark Davis. Newest cars of 2020.
And we've got a waving yellow flag here with the car off with a mechanical pull-off.
Now these look like two equally yoked cars right here.
It's Michael Browning in the number 67 BMW M3, and then Ronald Pauly in the white BMW number 21.
Look at that VW Rabbit. If that doesn't scream the 1980s with a little smoke coming out of that left rear tire.
I wonder if that's a wheel rub. Corner workers will have a quick look at that to make sure he's not depositing anything on the racetrack.
There's a 1979 Volkswagen Rabbit.
Tyler Cuneo, number 11.
Yeah, I'm not seeing smoke now, so it doesn't seem like it's engine smoke. It does seem like it's tire rub. But, man, when he gets on the binders, you can see that thing shake.
Yeah. Love the fender flares there. Put a little wider tires on it. And safety cars being called into play once again here.
Here come those Neons.
Volkswagen Rabbit, or the Golf, as it is known in the rest of the world.
So father and son is what Matthew says with Doug and Jack.
Okay.
And then, the gold color, loves that tricked out 914.
Yep.
So thanks for joining us here in the comment section. If you have any expertise, there's that GT 350, beautiful car, but let us know if you know anything about these cars or drivers. You want to give us some information, or if you want to yell at us, feel free. Just yell at us in all caps, because that gets my attention.
Mark Davis in that number 200 Shelby GT350, as Ben says, the oldest car in the field.
That car is as old as the Trans Am series.
Yep. It's the first generation Mustang fastback.
I see a Cobra automotive emblem on the back of that.
Yeah.
I just love the lines of that car. I don't know why.
Yeah, to this day, that is still one of the most beautiful race cars. Street cars, even. Yeah, just the lines are just perfect. Of course, all of the bow tie people are saying, "What? It's a Ford."
Yeah.
You can't like that.
That's fine. I love it. Let's have a fight in the comments section. You guys Ford or Chevy?
Yeah.
But there are some Mopars out there. I don't know if you consider Neons Mopars.
Well,
but I do.
They are. Yeah.
Looks like that might be Steve Leidholt in that red, white, and blue Corvette over there. It might also be Trent Thompson. Can't really see at the next gen section of the track.
Trent Thompson. He's fallen off the bottom of the timing and scoring screen. So the number 9 Corvette of Trent Thompson. He had a problem in the qualifying session as well with that car. So a gremlin that he's been chasing.
So I think Derek Carter, who is currently second, I think he has Jim Lenahan between them as lap traffic. So he's going to need to make short work if we get a restart here and try to get around that 9146 of Lenahan to try to make any kind of run that he can at Jack Switzer. There's Chris Bonk in that number 74, 1971 Datsun 510. The Datsun 510s, I'm a British car guy. It's kind of like the Mini Cooper. The Mini Cooper was designed for just efficiency, putting 4 people and some luggage in a car that gets good gas mileage.
Yep.
And it just so happened it was so well balanced it made a great race car. And it's kind of like the Datsun 510.
Yep.
Like Alfa, BMW, they more tried to make a sedan that could race, where Datsun was like, no, we need to make a grocery getter that can fit the family and, fit groceries and golf clubs. And
Yep.
it just so happened to be a good race car.
Right.
And I've heard from a lot of the Ferrari guys that when we made the jump from the 458 to the 488, they still preferred the 458 as a race car.
Yeah, I've heard that as well. Never having driven either one, I can't give you any personal experience, but I don't have a Ferrari budget in my
Yeah, I saw you pull
future.
up in the Lamborghini this weekend, and I thought, oh, man, poor guy.
Would that were true. Ryan Harndorf has a Bentley, so he's the only commentator I know with that kind of money.
But I do like your Civic.
Yeah.
It's a great car.
I do. I love it. It is well traveled. I drive to as many of these races as I can. There's a few that we still have to fly to, but I prefer to drive just because, A, I like to drive, and B, it's convenient to have a car, when you're there rather than have to deal with a rental.
Eric W., it's a good way to say it. He's saying, I was raised a Chevy man, but he does appreciate the Fords. See, that's good.
Good for you.
One thing I was surprised about when I talked to the drivers in Vintage when I started, there's another rotary car out there.
Yeah, there's a couple RX-7s.
I love that. I thought a Ford guy would not like the Chevy guy and all that, but no, the Ford, the Chevy, the Mopars in Group 6, they have all formed an alliance to hate the Porsches.
Yeah.
And if you drive an American muscle car, you understand why at a track like this, coming into Turn 1 or Turn 7, because the Porsches, maybe a Mustang might break at the 3 or 4 marker. Porsches are usually at the 1 or the 2 marker.
Exactly. It's, all about the physics. Like we said, the engine in the back gives it the weight transfer, which makes the braking work even better.
If we do get back to a restart here, it is going to be crazy because we have cars on the lead lap mixed in between some lap traffic cars.
Right. The neons, Christopher Schumacher in the white neon is trapped behind the leader, as is Chris Bonk in that Datsun 510.
Lozano in the RX-7 was the 2024 T4 national champion in an RX-8. So we'll get some good stuff from Greg Blastic. Appreciate that, Greg. See, we've got some... Basically, our comment section is helping produce this show here.
We've got some great race fans in the comment section, yeah. Thanks to Ben for keeping track of all that. I don't have the span of attention to be able to look at the comments and talk about what's on the screen. I'm easily confused.
I like seeing this. And, it's fun to be able to interact with the people watching. But pace car's in, John.
Michael Browning, on his entry on that car, when it was asked for what color it is, he said acid trip. So there's the other Wankel. And here we go, back to the green. It's the Ferrari once again trying to challenge Derek Carter. Seb Coppola. As the top three head down into turn number 1. Jack Switzer with the lead. Carter in second in the 914.6.
Porsche RS around the Dodge Neon. That may be the first time that was said in history.
And the Volkswagen Rabbit and the Dodge Neon going after it.
Chris Bonk wisely just kind of getting over.
Yep.
Knows this isn't his race. We see Clay Hargett go by. Clay was with us last weekend at Mid-Ohio. Said his car was running really rough. Took it home, took out the axle, bearings fell out, and that was it. As with Derek Carter making a move here, John.
Yeah, but once again, Jack Switzer saws the nose off that Mustang and able to hang in. Look how much bigger the Mustang looks than the Porsche.
Yeah.
You don't think of the Porsche as being a compact car, but compared to the Mustang, it's tiny.
Yes, it's good to see Clay Hargett got his car back up there and running in just a few days, and he's running fast again.
Yeah.
This is quite the battle, because where the Porsche is good, the Mustang is not. And where the Mustang is good, the Porsche is not.
Exactly right. Their lap time is probably very similar. As I look at their best lap times, Switzer at a 37.6, Carter at a 38.2. So only about 4 or 5 tenths of a second separating the two of them on lap time.
Axis versus allies right here.
There you go.
Look at Carter closing that gap. White flag is out.
One more lap to go. Carter, look at him.
He's dragging.
Sparks. He's dragging something.
Front splitter, what's
splitter
happening?
may have gotten broken.
No, it looks like just when he's on the brakes, he might have had some titanium under there.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. We got to stay with this battle. Here we go.
This is for the overall lead.
Come on, people. You going for the Porsche or the Mustang here?
Jack Switzer looking for a way around. This is the part of the track where he's going to be good. Coming down into turn 7 as they go through the little chicane there at 5 and 6.
Now, if Derek Carter can get on the loud pedal quicker, man, that car has got to look wide there to that Porsche.
Yeah, the Formula One style sparks coming off the back.
Putting on a show for us.
Yeah, there you got it. And Switzer has no answer for him here.
He might, though. This is where the Carter's really going to suffer.
Yep. Shuffling that big heavy car from side to side through the S's is going to be tough, but I think he's got it done. As we are coming to the checkered flag, and Derek Carter stretching his legs here. He just set the fast lap of the race. I think he's been sandbagging a little bit here, Ben, as Switzer got out to a big lead before the yellow came out.
250 years of America. American muscle is going to come through, and he's been giving us a little bit of a fireworks display on these straights.
How about that? Final turn of the racetrack, turn 14, up onto the front straightaway. And the checkered flag awaits Derek Carter as he sets the fast lap of the race on the last lap of the race and takes home the win.
What a
Jack
race for Switzer, though.
Second. Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah, look how far the two of them are up in front of the third place car.
Yeah, they took off.
Yeah, the Ferrari of Seb Coppola, the white Ferrari, is next in the order. And here's another good battle. Scott Shadell, we've been talking about him in the 36. That's John Putnam right behind him in the 89 RX-7. And then just behind them, another good battle. Daniel Schlickenmeyer, in the Mustang, and Brian Leary in the BMW. Leary goes to the inside of the Mustang in the run to the line. They are side by side as they come to the flag.
Look at that.
Who gets it done? Leary takes it by 93 thousandths of a second. Schlickenmeyer comes back in 13th position.
And Steve Smith over Rick Ortman. These two have been fighting all season long.
Indeed,
so we might have a change in that. You know, anything can happen in the afternoon.
Smith in the black Corvette, Ortman in the red Corvette.
Somebody made a comment, the neon pitted from running out of color. Oh, that's pretty funny. That was Cole Trickle. And the neon finish, though.
Yeah, absolutely. One of them did. Yeah, Stephen Hyde in the black neon didn't make it to the end, but the white one did.
Little Cole Trickle also says that splitter is making so much downforce it's dragging. That may be the case.
There you go. There you go. Okay, once again, we'll do a quick rundown of our contested classes, and there are a bunch of them. Jack Switzer in the number 30 12A MP1 Porsche over Douglas Switzer in the number 914 Porsche 914. In the 12 MP2 category, the two cars we were just talking about, Steve Smith in the number 14 Corvette over Rick Ortman in the number 26 Corvette. In the 12A MP4 class, Michael Browning in the Acid Trip colored BMW, number 67, over Mike Gorman in the 64 green BMW, and Brian Leary in the 62 BMW. And let's see, Steve Yarborough taking the honors in the 6B production class in the number 76 Corvette. Mark Davis in the number 200 Shelby GT350, finishing second in that class. In the two Neons in the 12A MP3, Christopher Schumacher taking the win over Stephen Hyatt.
Way to have some information. Tracy Hyatt says the black Neon came in for temperature problems.
Finally, in the 8B production class, John Putnam takes the win in the 89 RX-7 over Alex Lozano. In the 98 RX-7, Jim Lenahan takes the bronze medal in the number 3 Porsche 914-6. One more SVRA race to go before we bring our Ragtime racers out. As you can see, the full rundown. Chris Bonk in the Datsun 510, Tyler Cuneo, Clay Hargett, Trent Thompson, and Stephen Hyatt with the overheating problem in the number 31 Neon. But next up are the non-Wings and Slicks Formula cars and some of the sports racers coming up. Group 2 and 5B is our next race. As these cars making their way down the pit lane, they'll head back to the paddock in preparation. And like I say, we're going to start the formation all over again after the lunch break. First thing after lunch will be our Formula Regional America's first race of the weekend. And then we go back to the top of the order with the Group 1 small bore cars and run all the way through the order one more time. Lots of fans here on the hillside and a beautiful day at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Don't go anywhere. More racing coming up next.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Welcome back to Indianapolis Motor Speedway as our final SVRA race of the morning getting underway. This is for Groups 2 and 5B. Group 5B are almost all SCCA Enterprises Spec Racer Ford 3s, contemporary race cars by vintage standards. Dave DeBold is in the number 23, Ed Arbiter in the 22, Dave DeBolt's in the 20, Ed Arbiter in the 3, Rodney Taylor in the 59, Efren Ormaza in the 1. Stuck in the middle is a Lotus 23C of Forrest Barber in the number 54, and Dave Anzalone in the quickest of the Group 5 cars, the 133. Now, the top group are all club Formula Fords of one variety or another, with the 3 exceptions. We've got 3 Formula B cars at the front of the field. Charles Smith is in the number 5 plus. Tyga, FFA 801. The 0 is Donald O'Keefe in a Winkleman WDF1. Timothy Adcock in the number 26. Swift DB1. Harry Reynolds in the 72. Tyga, FF78. Doug Bruce in the 27. Merlin Mark 20 AS. Doug Satterley in the number 87. PRS 82F. James Beavers in the 53. Ford Alexis Mark 14. John DiGiovanni in the number 7. Titan Mark 6. Mike Wyrick in the number 58 Zinc Z10. The 5A is Rick Baribeau in a Van Diemen RF91. Michael Nalen is in the 27 Citation Zinc 10B. Then the Mark S. Clark in the number 5 Crosley 32F. Edward Erlinson in the number 8 Post Club Ford. That's a Swift DB6. Bob Lima in the first of the Formula Bs starts 4th in the number 9 car. That's a Brabham BT21. Mike Anderson in the number 35 Post Club Ford in a Swift DB1. The front row are both Formula Bs. On the outside is the number 68 of Pierce Rader in his Lotus 69B, and the pole sitter, the number 76 of R. Bruce Hamilton in his 1970 Brabham BT36.
Trying to get a look at Bob Lima's Formula B because he has, I forget which one of the Smothers brothers Formula B, which one of them raced. But I think that is it there, the one that's starting 4th overall, 3rd in Formula Bs.
Yeah, it's the white one in 4th spot. Mike Anderson's Swift is also white. But the Swift will be a little blockier than the Formula B. You can see Bruce Hamilton in the Brabham and Pierce Rader in the Lotus.
Formula Bs are by far my favorite of the open wheel cars.
Oh, yeah.
Love those things.
Oh, yeah. And if those of you here at the racetrack get into the paddock, check out Bruce Hamilton's Brabham or Bob Lima's Brabham. Those Brabhams are just jewel-like in their construction. He and Ron Turnek, Blackjack Brabham and Ron Turnek, did a fantastic job building those cars back in the day.
Let's see if Pierce Rader has anything for Bruce Hamilton.
Hamilton was a little quicker in qualifying by almost a second. But here they come, side by side.
Rader gets a jump.
Yeah, he does. And here comes that Post Club Ford of Mike Anderson. He's going to try to split the two of them.
No, that's Lima.
Oh, that's Bob Lima. Yeah. You're right. All 3 of the Formula Bs up in the front.
Ooh, Lima.
Lima's going to go for the lead here. Whoa. That's unexpected. Bob Lima takes the Brabham BT21 to the lead. And then the Ford's right behind him.
Let's ask our comment section, which one of the Smothers brothers was the racer? Maybe they can find that out for us.
Here comes the second wave, and that's Forrest Barber in that gray Lotus 23C getting the jump on the rest of the field, which are all SCCA Formula Enterprises SRF3s, third generation Spec Racer Fords.
And I have to say, I had to do a double take when you were reading that. I've never seen Efren Ormaza start that far down in the Club Fords, but he went right back up there at the top, and that's too much.
Up on the wheels. That's what happens with open wheel race cars. When you interlock the wheels, somebody's going to go for a ride. Fortunately, it stayed on all 4.
Yes. Oh, gosh. That was scary there.
Yeah, no question. Good shot of the 7 car of John DiGiovanni.
That's a beautiful car.
Right behind him, the 58 of Mike Wyrick. And here comes the SRFs. In club racing parlance, we call them Smurfs.
Bruce Hamilton getting right there, right behind Bob Lima. Bob Lima trying to hold on. Bruce Hamilton coming around. Let's see if Lima can have that grunt, because he had a really good jump at the start here.
Yeah, pair of Brabhams there. Hamilton's is a 1970 BT36. Lima's is a 1967 BT21. And then here comes Pierce Rader in the Lotus. He's going to follow Lima because he thinks he's got a little more straight line speed. And now Rader is going to go to the inside. 3 wide down into turn number 1. Lima's going to hang on to it. Hamilton sweeps into second. Rader trying to go around the outside at turn 2. Can't quite get it done as they stay nose to tail.
I'm hearing pace car lights to stand up, maybe because of the incident at 7.
Yep.
They were trying to give him some time to get that thing up and running, but I think no dice. So now
Lima and Hamilton try to go side by side through the chicane. That never works.
You should see the full course yellow boards.
Yep, they'll be seeing the double yellow flags here, and they'll back it off. There's no passing under the yellow flag.
Sometimes you're not seeing it. When you're this close of racing, sometimes you're not looking at the he just did. There we go.
Yeah,
Rader just saw it.
Yeah.
Man, some great racing up front. Some great racing in the front of the Formula Fords, and then also back there in the Club Fords.
That's the 5A of Rick Baribeau in that red Van Diemen who took the rough ride.
Okay, Rader, what you doing there? You just passed under yellow.
Yeah. Oh, he sees it.
Yeah, I think he might have wanted to say something to Hamilton.
Yeah, just a little bit of driving instruction, perhaps.
Maybe. It seems like what I'm seeing, John, is that Hamilton's car has a little bit more torque, where Lima's car has a little more top speed.
Yeah, Lima's car, if you just look at it head on, it's got a little lower frontal area, so it's probably a little slipperier. This is the pre-downforce era of open wheel racing, no wings. They were all about streamlining. It was right after Hamilton's car was right at the tail end of the era before the wings came into play.
Tommy Smothers, thank you. John Reisert and the One Eyes View both said Tommy Smothers was the Racing Smothers brothers.
There's Mike Anderson in that number 35 Swift DB1. Mark Clark.
Wait, speaking of, Loa something says Mike Anderson's DB1 livery of the 1983 prototype DB1.
Oh, cool.
See, I like this information. We got a lot of experts out here. I love it.
Dave Bruns, the designer of the Swift DB1, that was his very first race car, badged as a Swift. The DB2 was the Formula, the Sports 2000, which we saw earlier, was his second design.
Yeah, they said Tommy, the brother that smothered the competition.
Okay, I like it.
Good. Smothers brothers were pretty genius in the fact that their jokes were so good back in the day on TV that it got through the censors.
Yeah.
You know, the censors weren't quite good
sly
enough to get it. Yeah.
They snuck it under the door. Yeah. Efren Ormaza did make it to the front of the Spec Racer Ford Wave, as he is now at the front in the number 1. Forrest Barber second in that Lotus 23C.
That Lotus got a great start, though.
Oh, yeah. Barber was second on the grid and got the jump.
Now, John, I'm not going to put you on the spot because I know that this, but I'm watching the World Cup, big World Cup fan, and that Lotus, I learned something about that. So the front wheels of it had 3 lug nuts. The rear wheels had 4 lug nuts. And when it tried to compete at Le Mans, the FIA would not allow it because you had to have a spare tire.
Right.
And then they would have had to carry 2 spare tires because of the lug nuts.
Right.
And, the French, they really know how to make it miserable for people, as we're seeing, like with the FIFA and the FIA, so Yeah, I don't want to get you in trouble, but that was just one of the things because it did dominate. You know, that's a very hard car to keep up with, that Lotus 23, so they had to figure out some kind of a way to keep it from being able to go in.
Exactly right. Yeah, this is a 23C, the third generation of the venerable Lotus 23. But yeah, it was the dominant 2-liter sort of sports racer back in its day.
The adding lightness, I just love that.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Make it fast, then make it lighter. Colin Chapman is known to have said that the car can fall apart just as it crosses the finish line. That's as long as it gets to the end. And his cars had a reputation for being fragile. And some drivers, the legendary Jim Clark immediately comes to mind. Learned how to take care of the machinery and still go quick. And Clark, I had the honor of seeing him race at this racetrack in the Indianapolis 500.
Oh, wow.
And,
when he won it?
Yeah.
Nice.
And I was here for qualifying. We used to come to pole day every year, back when pole day was a big deal for the 500.
Well, that car changed everything.
It did. Absolutely did.
That, like, before that, everybody just thought front engine.
Yeah.
You know?
There was a whole bunch of roadsters, and the rear engine cars came in, and everybody saw the light, and that made the difference. But yeah, Clark was just amazing in that car. So smooth, just effortless.
We have some Alliance Autosport cars out here with
Indeed.
the SRFs.
Thurin is right down below us here with his crew.
Doug Bruce is out there in a 1972 Merlin. We were talking about VSCDA, longtime competitor with VSCDA. Great to have him out here. I wonder if I met his daughter here a few years ago with Lynn St. James, and she was really into go-kart racing. Wonder if she's still doing anything in motorsports. What I love about this, John, we have 23 cars and probably 16, 17 different manufacturers in this race.
Yeah. Brabham, Lotus, Swift, Crossley, Zink, Van Diemen, Titan, Alexis, PRS, Merlin.
So if you're
Winkleman.
watching, modern motorsports and you're like, it's just
it's a spec series.
Mark car.
Yeah.
That's not the case here. If you like variety, vintage racing is where you want to go. And some of these cars, like we were talking about in the Formula Vs, some of them are one of ones.
Yeah.
Some of them are one of 20s.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to go around one more time behind the safety car. I think the lights are out on the safety car. James Rogerson bringing it into the pit lane, and that'll turn it over to Bob Lima, leading it to the green flag. But I got to give a shout out to Mike Anderson, man. He is sticking right with these Formula Bs in that number 35 Swift. Here's the 72 of Harry Reynolds in the blue Taiga FF78. Coming to the green flag once again. We're about halfway through this race, time-wise. And Pierce Rader wastes no time jumping alongside Bruce Hamilton.
Watch Lima. Let's see if he still has that. Because Hamilton has the draft, but Lima seems to have the top speed. But watch Hamilton when he gets back on the power. Seems like he has the torque.
Yeah. But Rader's going to try to get down to the inside of him and get it done. Pierce Rader in the Lotus goes up into second. Then Lima, and then the Swift of Mike Anderson right on Bruce Hamilton's tail.
Just really wish those Formula 4s wouldn't go 3 wide into 1 or 7.
Yeah, exactly.
But Clark doing very well there. Mark S. Clark in that 78 Crossley, the red and white.
Yep.
New leader in Formula B.
Pierce Rader is up to the front. Here's one of the Alliance cars. The 133, I believe that is, of David Anzalone. Here we go with Lima going side by side with Hamilton. Hamilton to the inside. He's going to take the position. And the Swift right behind him with Mark Anderson. Then Mark Clark and John D. Giovanni going side by side. Giovanni in that green number 7.
Yeah, Mike Anderson's keeping up with the Formula Bs really well. Efren Ormaza there.
Taking the lead in the modern sports racer class, the MSR class.
Rodney Taylor. And that number 59 with the green and red and white. I like that car.
Yeah.
Makes me want some pizza.
Good racing throughout the pack here as the Club Fords and the Formula Fords going after it. Good 4-car battle here.
That's what happened. What we just saw there at 12, the vintage Formula Ford kind of snaked the inside line, but then that doesn't set you up for the next corner. So then you're just kind of stuck there, trying to get the speed. And then it's really important to use the draft in these classes. You see Mark Clark doing that.
Mike Wyrick just behind in that blue number 58, then Michael Nalen in the yellow number 27. As we watch this battle between the 7 and the 5.
I love this blue Wyrick's car there, the number 58.
Yeah, Giovanni in the number 7 green Titan. Clark, Mike Wyrick. And here's the
see the nose of Bob Lima's car is really hopping around.
Yeah.
I hope the bodywork's not coming undone.
After taking the early lead, yeah, it does seem to be bouncing at the front.
In this track, it does get a little bit rough there into the braking zone of 7, but not that rough. Mike Anderson, 1984 Swift DB1, doing a great job of keeping up with these Bs. To come through the next gen section, turn 12.
That's the prototype class, or the modern sports racers, has worked their way around the back end of the Formula Fords. As Efrenor Maza continues to lead. That group, Forrest Barber in that gray Lotus 23C. And then third is David Anzalone in the number 133, the red Formula Enterprises car, right behind Barber. They've got another of the Swifts right in front of them. So they're working their way up onto the front straightaway. Barber taking a nice tidy line.
Bruce Hamilton just down the fastest lap, currently in second place. So he's trying to close that gap.
27 of Michael Nalen having a good battle with James Beavers in that 53 Alexis. Just about a quarter of a second apart at the line last time by.
Looking at this, I think next time I'd like the Spec Racer Fords to start up front.
Yeah.
They're coming through. Maybe that would give the Fords more time to battle with each other.
Yeah.
Love the look of that number 7 car.
Yeah, that little red highlight on the nose.
Don Giovanni.
Yeah, that's great stuff.
Don Giovanni, sorry. 1970 Titan.
Mike Wyrick right behind him in that blue number 58 Zinc. Ed Zink, the builder of the Zinc chassis. Formula Ford's a lot like Formula V's. There was a lot of, like we talked about, a lot of variations. Some of them very popular. The Zincs were very popular. The
Crossleys, the Titans.
Yeah.
But like Doug Bruce is in a 1972 Merlin.
De Giovanni and the number 7 out in front of Mike Wyrick. That's for 6th and 7th. And they are leading the Formula Ford, or De Giovanni's in the FF or the Formula Ford class. Mike Wyrick in a Club Ford or a CF. James Beavers having a battle of his own a little further up the road, about 7 seconds behind that battle in the number 53 Alexis. But this is a good battle between De Giovanni and Wyrick.
John, I'm going to step out. We're going to try to do something special for the next group.
Okay, sounds great. Yes, we're about 5 minutes away from a checker here. The 3-car Ed Arbiter Jr. in the number 17th position in that red SCCA Enterprises car. Working their way through turn 10. Well, we turn back to the battle, and it looks like the 58's got the pass made. The Mike Weyrich taking over 6th spot from John DiGiovanni. Weyrich in the Zinc, DiGiovanni in the Titan. As they come up on the banking for turn 2 of the oval into turn 12. This battle going on for 6th and 7th. They're about 3.5 seconds behind the 5th place runner, Mark Clark, the red and white Crosley, just crossing the line now. There's Clark in the foreground, and then these two, Weyrich and DiGiovanni. That battle down into turn number 1. Through turn 2 they come. Turn our attention back to Bob Lima, the 3rd place runner, pretty much all by himself in that Formula B Brabham BT21. Mike Anderson in the Swift DB1, number 35, just behind him. That DB1, when it was introduced, really revolutionized. As the checkered flag flies, Bruce Hamilton taking the win in one of the lapped cars from the SCCA. I think that's Ed Arbiter in the 3, just getting past the line, but Bruce Hamilton taking the win. Here's Rader still not yet across the line in 2nd spot. Actually, it's Bob Lima. Pierce Rader is off track, so Bob Lima takes the 2nd place honors. Mike Anderson comes home 3rd in the Club Ford, number 35. Waiting on Mark Clark to come by the line, but here's the battle just behind them. Mike Weyrich and Don DiGiovanni. They're going to go side by side. DiGiovanni pips him at the line, I think. Mike Weyrich has to settle for 7th, 18 thousandths of a second at the line for that battle we followed through much of the race here. Pierce Rader did come across the line in 4th position. Then Mark Clark in 5th in the first of the Club Fords, the Post Club Ford of Mike Anderson, taking 3rd place honors. So once again, let's do the class rundown. In the 2 Formula B class, the 76 of Bruce Hamilton, the overall winner. In the Brabham BT36, Bob Lima takes 2nd. In the number 9 Brabham BT21, Pierce Rader comes home 3rd in the number 68 Lotus 69B. In the Group 2 Post Club Ford, Mike Anderson taking the honors in the number 35 Swift. David Satterley in the number 87 PRS takes 2nd, and the bronze medal goes to the 26 of Timothy Adcock in another Swift DB1. In the Club Ford class, Mark Clark in the number 5 Crosley takes the win. Mike Weyrich in the number 58 Zink. Michael Nalen in the number 27 Zink takes the bronze medal. In the 2 Formula Ford class, Don DiGiovanni in the number 7 Titan Mark 6. James Beavers in the number 53 Alexis Mark 14, and Donald O'Keefe in the 0 Winkleman are your top 3. And finally, in the 5B MSR class for the Spec Racers, David Anzalone takes the win in the number 133. Rodney Taylor in the 59 in 2nd. Efren Ormaza settles for 3rd in the number 1 car. One more race to go, or exhibition, I should say, to go before we break for lunch. And the Ragtime Racers, the group of cars 1920 or earlier. And these are 100-year-old race cars, more than 100-year-old race cars. The only cars here older than I am. we'll see how that works out. Don't go away. We'll be right back with Ragtime Racers before we break for lunch. Coming up next from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And we're going to go right to the Ragtime Racers. Let's send it down trackside to Ben Sissel. Ben?
Well, guys, thank you so much. I am here. I had to rush down here. This is so much fun. Look at this right here. This is a 1911 National made right here in Indianapolis. This car competed in the first Indy 500 in 1914. 100-mile-an-hour car, finished 7th. Brian Blaine behind the wheel. Brian, do your best. Try to describe taming this beast around Indy.
I don't think I'll ever tame it. It's a lot more than I got the balls for.
Unbelievable. And look at this. So many hand controls, the foot, the brake, the gas. You can retard the spark here on the steering wheel. It's a little bit more like tractor technology than modern car technology, but thank you so much for bringing that out. Another national here, they call it the Great Pumpkin. Unbelievable. Tell us a little bit about your car.
It's a 1915 National built right here in Indianapolis. It's actually called the Flying Pumpkin, but there's a story that goes with that too. Been racing it now for 2.5 years, having a blast. It's just a fun car to drive, fast, fun to drive, does what it's supposed to do every time. Haven't missed a lap in 2.5 years.
Love it. I love it. Look at that. Yeah, he says knock on wood as he hits his leather cap there. Period. Correct. Then, Corky Coker, the guy that I buy my tires from out of Chattanooga. But look at this huge Fiat. Can you see over the hood of this thing, Corky?
Sir, absolutely I can see over this hood, but I don't really need to see anything in front of me because it's all going to be clear. They're all going to be behind me.
Guys, I love it. I love it. And speaking of, no rear view mirrors on this. The Marmon Wasp is the only one with the rear view mirror.
That's right. The very first, she's the rear view mirror.
Yeah, she's your eyes and ears, right?
Right. Marmon Wasp was the very first rear view mirror.
I love it. I love it. And Lucas, if you get a shot of these gauges, look at these gauges right here. And then what she was saying is back in the day, the riding mechanic was also like the spotter. So your job is to look over the shoulders and see what's going on. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Nice. I love it. Well, thank you guys for coming out here. Then we've got this beautiful Packard right here. Look at this thing. And, you know, I've always said, if you come out with wire wheels, you have my attention. If you come out here with wood spokes, like these two cars, you definitely have my attention. We've got 1 minute. So, Lucas, we'll put you in a position to get these cars coming out. I'll try to talk about them as they go by. That number 1-2 right there, that's a 1917 Pathfinder. The number 19 right behind that, that is the 1919 Buick, driven by Richard Pappy from Savannah, Georgia. The number 21, that's a 1916 Hudson Super 6. I see Charles Test behind the wheel of that. Behind it is a tribute to the Marmon Wasp. Just an unbelievable car, so much history. The first car to win the Indy 500. You'll notice it didn't have a driver mechanic. That's why it has the first rear view mirror. The number 4 car, that is a 1915 Ford Racer Model T. Here's the Marmon Wasp tribute car, the number 32. Beautiful car driven by Kendall Jolly from Chattanooga. Another one of our Chattanooga cars here. I don't see a number on that. Then the Nyberg made in Chattanooga. Absolutely beautiful car. The Pikes Peak Lexington. The number 33 Buick. And then look at this, the patina on that number 31 Buick. The 1910 Buick 17, driven by Chris Helling. John, that's us as they go through Gasoline Alley. I'm going to rush up because this is going to be quite a show with the Ragtime Racers.
Thanks so much, Ben. Appreciate it. As these vintage race cars, real vintage race cars here, taking a couple laps around the track. And thanks to all of the folks, the Coker Museum has been mentioned, the owner of a lot of these cars, but they are certainly the oldest cars here by a pretty wide margin. And they're going to run the wrong way on the Indianapolis Oval here. Back when these cars ran, this was indeed the Brickyard. The number 4 car, the yellow one that Ben mentioned on the way out, is a Ford Model T, basically, the humble Model T. Converted, changed, improved, and modified more than any other car. This car was found in Long Beach, California in the 1950s with the same race car body still on the car today. It's a faithful restoration of the 1915 Racer with only period speed parts. It's been driven across the U.S. by its owners and recognized as one of the most correct and authentic Ford T racers in the world. Current owners are Ed and Karen Archer of that car. Here's the Pumpkin, the number 15. Let me find the sheet on that one. It's a National, as we mentioned, with a 365 cubic inch, 55 horsepower aluminum crankcase cast-in head machine. This one was restored in 1980, shown in the Pebble Beach Concours as a sportabout with fenders. It was then displayed in a museum for the next 40 years before being recommissioned and prepared for racing. The original history is unknown, but it's authentic to the period in every detail. Chip Wright is the current owner of that car.
John, we're joined in the booth. Andy Petrie's up here watching this in amazement. And Andy, I got to say, a lot of these drivers, they take a part, put it in sand, and cast it in sand, just like they did back in the day. It's unbelievable to watch. So you, as a crew chief, you have to appreciate that kind of hustle to be able to come out here and run at Indy. I'm just putting Andy Petrie on the spot here, but he was looking, his eyes are wide, but to keep these things running, they're sometimes having to cast their own parts in the sand.
This is crazy, man. I went down and looked at every one of these cars, and it's just, to me, it's amazing that you can see one of the mechanics pumping up the oil pressure right there. Or fuel, I guess. I'm not sure which.
Either.
It's
I'm
either.
Sure it's both, yeah.
I'm guessing that's just an airline running to the fuel tank, like an old water gun, and you're just putting pressure in there so they can keep the pressure going?
Yeah, apparently. You just look at the technology back in the early 1900s and how they were able to build these cars to do what they do.
It's crazy for me to think the evolutionary leap we took, 50 years later, we've landed a man on the moon.
I know.
That's nuts.
It is. I mean, you look at that car in, 100 years of development, and you see what we've got here, in the Indy cars today. It's just amazing.
Look at that, the hood of that big Fiat Corky
That's
Coker.
a 9-liter 4-cylinder in that Fiat, by the way.
That's got to be the largest displacement to run it in.
Yeah. And then the Pathfinder you were talking about, it's got a V12 in it. Wow. Imagine that. I mean, back in the day, in 1917, I think it is.
1917.
Yeah.
V12.
Oh, the V12.
Wow.
I mean, just hard to believe the technology these guys came up with.
We were saying first rear view mirror of the Marmon Wasp because he didn't have a riding mechanic. But, if you saw an airplane, it was a biplane back in. And Brian Blaine was telling me 70% of the country had never seen a car until they came to the races like this, which is just crazy. You can see him about to come take the green. The front car there, the number 20, got 7th in the very first Indy 500, and that is the car that competed here.
How hard are they going to push these things?
They push them harder than you'd think.
Yeah. He said they run them at pretty much at race speed. These cars, I think the first Indy 500, the average speed was about 75 miles an hour.
And they'll drive them that fast?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And they'll drive them that fast.
That's brave drivers out there.
They're, they don't do, side-to-side, racing against each other, but
we
still
ask
run
them
at
not
competitive
to.
speed.
Because they're trying to keep it period correct. They're out there in the leather helmets and the goggles. So this is an exhibition. But I was talking to Brian because back in the day, that did 100 mile an hour around the track, that national. So he wanted to do it, and he said it was terrifying. But when they did it, it was on bricks. So the thing had to be shaken. And he told me they had to have doctors and masseuses because they couldn't pry the driver's hands off the wheel because of tendinitis of just fighting it like that. Back in the day, that's what they had to do because they're just vibrating around on bricks.
And the skinny little tires, goodness gracious.
Talk about a death grip.
Yeah. But, Andy, as somebody like you with your knowledge, you're not going to Napa or O'Reilly and getting parts for these cars. And to have to, cast your own things, to fabricate your own cylinder head sometimes, it's just, they just love it that much. But they are so, most of these cars are running a leather belt in the engine still.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
absolutely
I looked at
unbelievable.
every one of these cars, and there's nothing modern on any of them. They are period correct.
Yeah.
And that comes to all of the mechanical parts, all of the, like you said, I don't know where they get the tires. I don't know how the tires have lasted 100 years.
Exactly.
So they have to find somewhere to source those.
This guy right here in the number 59, Corky Coker Tires. He can still, he makes them.
He's got an inside track on the tires.
In Chattanooga. That's where I order my tires from.
Like he's downshifting right there.
Yeah, and then there's a hand lever for the brakes, because back then there weren't cars. It was more tractors. Like if you drive a Model T, it drives more like a tractor. It has hand controls, and because that was the norm back then. They thought it'd be easier to teach drivers how to drive more tractors. It wasn't until maybe 10 years later that we came up with the standard, clutch, brake, gas.
Yeah, there's a lot I don't understand. There's some controls on the steering wheel. I don't know if that's a throttle or a mixture control.
A spark
or
retard, kind of like on the Model T. Yeah. And then I think the other one might be mixture.
I'm telling you, they're pushing these cars pretty hard right here.
Yeah. Big old steering wheels, because if they need no power steering, obviously. So they got to.
Wooden spokes. I always say in SVRA, you have my attention if you show up to an SVRA grid with wire wheels. You really have my attention with wooden spoke wheels, like wagon wheels, basically.
Yeah.
I may be mistaken, but I didn't see seatbelts in a lot of these.
I don't believe there's any. Yeah.
There are. They determined back in the day that it was safer to be thrown from the car than to crash in it.
I'd be holding on pretty tight right here if I was a passenger. It looks like he is.
Exactly right.
I tell you what, and I believe this the grease monkey there on the right in the car we're seeing right now, I met him yesterday. He is the banjo player for Ricky Skaggs.
Wow.
Yep. Out here taking photos with us.
Yeah, I'm a big Ricky Skaggs fan.
Yeah. That Marmon Wasp, like we were saying, with the rearview mirror, the real one is actually here in the museum, but that is such a loving tribute that even the curator of the museum was like, I'd have a hard time telling them apart.
Got a little bit of smoke out of one of those. I would say that's normal.
Yeah.
I would guess. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would guess it was.
If you look at the videos from the first few Indy 500s, you can tell it's not just dust, it's oil smoke.
Yep. One of the cars I was just looking at had the valve train exposed. You can see the springs, push rods. They're being oiled as well. So, the oil's just kind of going wherever it goes.
Yeah, the National.
It makes a little bit of a mess, but it's
that number 20 National, the valves kind of under the cylinder, as they go through the valve springs. You can kind of see that. It's really neat to watch. And back then, everybody was trying something different. There was no formula for how to make a car go, Like you said, there's a V12 out there. There's a 4-cylinder that's just biggest cylinders I've ever seen. Looks like a locomotive engine.
Yep.
Well, guys, it's good to be on here with you. This is a very special treat to watch these historic cars run around the track.
It's really cool. Thank you for joining us, Andy.
My pleasure.
Thanks, Andy.
Look at the front of that Fiat. And what's the big Fiat? I forget the name of it, but the real tall hooded Fiat from back in the day that we see at Goodwood every year.
Yep. With the pipes coming right out of the side of the thing, and it spits flames, and it's just amazing.
I'm sure the comment section can tell us the name of that one.
The back in the day, the design to build the cars back in this era was to make as big an engine as possible. And like I say, a 9-liter 4-cylinder, I just cannot imagine.
Love that car right there. A little bit of airplane technology in that car with that rear stabilizing wing. You can see him pumping.
Yeah, pumping up you're probably right. It's probably an air pressure pump to keep the fuel running. They didn't have fuel pumps per se. That was done. That was the job of the riding mechanic.
A little bit of smoke coming out of that 1-2.
That 12 car is the Pathfinder. That's the one with the V12 engine in it.
I really like that.
The Model T's going a little wide, catching a little grass.
Yeah.
That's a little close.
That'll wake up the passenger, won't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Here we go as they come through. Look at them waving, having a great time. I was speaking to that riding mechanic in the car with Corky Coker. She actually works at an O'Reilly, and yesterday she was cutting the gasket for one of the carburetors in this group, and I'm like, you can't just go down to O'Reilly and get that carburetor gasket? I have a hard enough time getting parts. I try to buy a fuel line for my MG. They made 100,000 of them, and they're like, that's not in our system.
Yeah. We don't have those anymore. Well, Mr. Corker said he was going to be out in front in the Fiat, and he's finally gotten there for sure.
And she is being his rearview mirror, just like she said she would do.
Yeah.
I think Casey Coker is in the number 1-2. And if you go down and look at it up close, and ladies and gentlemen, we keep saying we were going down and looking at it. We have no special badges to do so. You can get just as close as we can when you come through here. You can walk through the paddocks, talk to the drivers. There's no extra ticket cost to get this up close and personal with these cars. But you got to take a look closely at that number 1-2 and look at all the badges. And tickets are still available. They're $20 for today or $20 for tomorrow. You can get a discount if you buy the weekend. But make sure you come on out here, racingamericatickets.com, IMS.com. But the badges on the hood of that car are everything that it's competed in over the last over 100 years.
And on Sunday, by the way, there is a walking paddock tour. Meet at the SVRA trailer, the Racing America trailer. And just an opportunity for you to walk through with a guided tour through the paddock and see some of these cars up close. As we got a nice little battle here going as the 20 car. The
Brian Blaine,
the 1911 National, the Indy racer with Brian Blaine in the seat,
going up against Corky Coker. We might have a little rivalry happening here. Brian Blaine, all the way out from the West Coast, the Visalia, California area. Corky Coker, of course, in Chattanooga. And if you're ever anywhere near the Chattanooga area, you got to go check out his museum. Absolutely unbelievable.
Are they all cars of this era, or does he have cars?
If you know Corky, he's a little quirky, and it's just whatever he likes, but he's got very good taste.
Yeah. And you can really see with all these cars out here, you can really see the difference between that Marmon Wasp and then all of these much bigger cars. The Model T is pretty close to it. The yellow T is pretty close to it, but the Wasp was much narrower because it only had to hold the driver and obviously didn't have to carry the extra weight around of the riding mechanic. That's probably what helped lead him to the win.
Oh, man, look at this.
We got a battle going on here.
Come on, Brian. I tell you what, Corky, your riding mechanic has got her hands full looking in the mirror for you.
Corky's got a death grip on that steering wheel, man. He is going to take this thing to the lead as they are.
All right, what's going to happen
back
here?
Up on the straightaway.
We've got an Italian car racing against a car built right here in downtown Indianapolis up until 1924, ladies and gentlemen. They probably crossed the line with less than a tenth of a second between them, John.
Look at them cheering each other. The mechanics are cheering each other on here as the 20 car is going to take the advantage.
My goodness. Great.
Isn't this just something?
Images from
you never get a chance to see this.
Live Race Media. You can see this car down here leaking just out of pit lane, so they did the right thing pulling over. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's hard to find proper fitting gaskets and hoses for these cars.
Yep. Here's the flying pumpkin.
That blue Packard. Just love that car. There's the Marmon Wasp. A loving tribute to the Marmon Wasp. And then look at the kind of boat tail of kind of like the Auburns, a little bit later, but that car there, that is a Hudson Super 6.
Super 6, yeah. Tyler Gong driving it.
And Sunday they're going to race the oval, just like they did over 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see that.
They get a chance to run on the oval in the right race direction.
Oh, the Fiat back out front. Yeah. Let's see what Brian can do for him here. Who are you guys rooting for in our comments section? The Fiat of Corky Coker or the National of Brian Blaine?
Corky's passenger, the riding mechanic, keeping a close eye on the competition as they work their way through the S's.
It's a 1913 Fiat Tipo 55. versus the 1911
Something
National.
I didn't realize Fiat's home was in Turin, Italy, but around 1910 they opened a factory in New York, up in Poughkeepsie, to build duplicates of the cars built in Italy, thereby avoiding a 45% tariff on imported cars from Italy during the year. This is right around World War I era. And by 1917, they no longer manufactured cars in the U.S.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
So
I didn't realize that either.
I wonder if that's an American Fiat right there.
Yeah, could be. You have to ask Corky about that.
Well, I tell you, he will know. Okay, Brian Blaine coming up around here. Here's the Marmon Wasp. Beautiful car.
Ray Haroon, the winner of the first Indianapolis 500.
And if you ever see that footage, the real grainy black and white, after he just, it looked like he was so tired, and he almost like just didn't know what to do. He just looked at the camera. You know, he probably didn't know what a camera was.
Yeah, had a little bit of a grin on his face.
Here we go. Come on, Brian. See if you can get him here. Ooh, I'm seeing a local yellow on the board there at the starter stand, and that Model T is coming up behind him too.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, I think there's a safety vehicle down here as they're cleaning up the car that sprung a leak on the way out of the pit lane.
That is
Ed. That's the reason for the yellow flag, just to warn the drivers that that's coming up.
Appreciate that. Ed Archer in that Model T. NASCAR is at Coronado. About 10 years ago, SVRA did a race at Coronado. So don't let NASCAR tell you they're the first. We did it for a while, and even before that, 20 years for the Speed Fest. For Fleet Week, and that Model T, Brian Blaine, we had this group there with us there, and that was much rougher surfaces going around that naval base than here we are at the Brickyard. But here we go, that Fiat and the National, they've been real close this whole time. Who is going to get the better of it here? As I see the checker flag is flying at the starter stand, but it hasn't flown for our leaders yet. So the leaders are coming around. Again, this is just an exhibition race.
Yeah, we have no timing and scoring.
Yeah.
These cars don't have transponders. So
yeah. But let's see. Come on, let's see if that grunt of that National can get. Neither one of these, I would say, are aerodynamic.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just trying to put air through those huge radiators.
The National with a 460 cubic inch T-head 4-cylinder. But the Fiat, like I said, with a 9-liter 4-cylinder motor. National's going to try to go around the outside as they work their way through the S's. Corky's hanging on to that one, though. He wants this win, I think.
Who doesn't want to win at Indy?
Yeah, exactly.
Here they come. I love that the Fiat is in the Grand Prix colors of any Italian car.
Right. Got to be red.
Look at that. Look at how much they lean, the drivers lean. And if you watch, footage from that day, they had to. Up. Mechanics pointing Corky. He's like, she's like, you've got the line. You've got the apex. Take it. I don't think she liked his racing line there.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like his hand's up. Looks like Brian Blaine's going to come in. Something must have happened there. Come on, Corky, you can come in. You can come in and finish this thing.
Yeah, Brian's going to.
No, they're communicating. See, the mechanic said, he's coming in. Did we do something wrong? Corky's like, did we do something wrong? Maybe we should have gone in. Now they're trying to, and it's loud. They're trying to yell at each other. Yeah. Brian went in, but they can't figure out if he went in with a mechanical. So now, come on, Corky, just come on and take the checker.
Corky
Don't worry about it.
Missed the turn in. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. I didn't see them displaying the checkered for the leaders.
When they came by the last time, I didn't see the flag.
Yeah, so I think Corky's in the right here, unless they threw a checkered somewhere else. But Corky, you might as well finish fast. Don't slow down, man. All right, bring us home, John.
On to the final straightaway, coming to the line. The 1913 Fiat Tipo 55 Raceabout takes the checkered flag from the Coker Museum. Corky Coker at the wheel with his riding mechanic in hand. Let's see if he'll do a U-turn into the pit lane here, if he's going to take it all the way around. But what a great exhibition of these ragtime racers. We will get a chance to see them one more time tomorrow right before the lunch break. They'll be their final exhibition, and this time they'll be up on the oval, going around in oval race direction, if you will. Yeah, Corky's going to take it into the pit entrance right there at the end of the pit lane. So what a great way to finish up our morning racing here. Those of you watching us on the stream, we're going to start it all over again after lunch. I'll be down trackside for the fan walk leading up to the start of our first Formula Regional Americas Championship race of the weekend. And then we'll have right back to the top of the order all the way through the SVRA registration, and we'll have qualifying for both the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series coming up at 4:15, and qualifying for the Trans Am TAC and the GT classes at 4:55. Lots of stuff to come, and we're going to cover all of it for you. Thanks so much for being with us this morning. We'll see you in a little bit, and we'll do it all over again.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.